अरबिस्तान उन्होंने ख्वास्ता, उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ.
It added that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed and 30 others are injured in overnight cross-border operations by Afghan forces. The strike that it calls a legitimate defensive response. The situation on the Durand line remains tense, and with the latest posture from Kabul, Pakistan should be ready to face music for any misadventure it plans.
Well, tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan escalated on Sunday after Afghan security forces carried out retaliatory strikes on Pakistani soldiers and triggered return fire that led to massive clashes along the Durand line. Now, Republic TV is the only Indian channel reporting live from inside Afghanistan, bringing you on-ground details of the conflict. So take a look at this ground report.
As clashes between Afghanistan and Pakistan intensify, Republic TV is the only Indian channel live on ground in Afghanistan, bringing exclusive reports from the Frontline.
This is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar. And as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Kunar province. And as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features.
58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in the border clashes with the Afghan forces along the Durand line. The Taliban government has made it clear that attacks from Islamabad will not go unanswered.
As you can see, this is one of the passes as it pans out. So this is a pass, and majority of the terrain is like this, where there are very narrow passes and there is no other way how anyone else, either from the POK side or from the Afghanistan side, they have to pass. So they have one common place, that are these passes. So this is a pass which is near Kunur, and as you can see the terrain behind, there are vantage points, and Taliban usually gets placed on top of these ridges. So this is the kind of terrain that I'm talking about, as you can see. So there is no escape from anyone who is entering or bypassing these areas. So this is a very tense situation in terms of Taliban occupying these regions and passes and getting ready to battle, despite news that Qatar has brokered peace talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan. But as far as the Taliban troop movement is concerned, there is no sign of slowing down or accumulation of Taliban troops so far.
The border, long a flashpoint between the two nations, is now on edge again. With neither side backing down, the region waits to see if this escalation sparks a new round of hostilities.
So fresh tensions have erupted along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, with both sides reporting casualties after intense crossfire. Now, Afghan forces claim that they were responding to violations of their airspace, even saying that they have captured several Pakistani posts. Here's the full story.
Heavy shelling, gunfire through the night, and rising tensions along the Durand line. Border villages in eastern Afghanistan woke up to smoke, destruction, and chaos after fresh clashes between Afghanistan and Pakistan troops. The Taliban government says Pakistan breached the Afghan airspace, prompting retaliatory action that left dozens dead and several Pakistani posts seized. Islamabad, however, claims it was a counter-operation against terror groups sheltered inside Afghanistan. As crossings like Torkham and Chaman stand sealed, Afghan forces remain deployed in full strength. At a press conference, Afghan government accused Pakistan of turning a blind eye to the ISIS activity inside its borders and said Afghanistan will not tolerate terror emanating from Pakistani soil. In a direct attack on Islamabad's deep state, the Taliban administration blamed Pakistan's ISI for fomenting unrest inside Afghanistan, alleging that a faction within the Pakistani army cannot tolerate peace in the region.
हम अफगानिस्तान में अमन लाया है, हम सारे खित्ते के अमन चाहता है, तो ये एक बेहतरीन फुर्सत आया है कि सब मसाइल मुज़ाकरे और मुफाहमे के रास्ते से हल होना चाहिए. सारे लोग मुत्तहिद हैं और इमारत का साथ खड़ा है, तो इमारत का जो पॉलिसी है वो ये है कि पहले तो मुज़ाकरा और मुफाहमा से सब के सब मुश्किलात हल करना चाहता है. हम ज़ीरो टेंशन के तरफदार हैं और अगर और नहीं चाहता है तो फिर अफगानिस्तान के पास और रास्ते भी है.
It added that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed and 30 others injured in overnight cross-border operations by Afghan forces. Strikes it calls a legitimate defensive response. Pakistani airstrikes have also taken place in Helmand, where 2 civilians were killed and several wounded. Pakistani media reported that the Pakistan Army airstrikes targeted a Taliban military center in Spin Bolda, Kandahar. The Taliban have not yet commented on their attack. The attack comes as the Taliban leader recently called for strengthening security in Kandahar, a region known as the Taliban's power center. The border, long a flashpoint between the two nations, is now on edge again. With neither side backing down, the region waits to see if this escalation sparks a new round of hostilities.
Viewers, it's time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, NDA settles the seat-sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29 seats. Also coming up ahead, Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says why was she out at 12:30 a.m. and she later says her statement was taken out of context. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
AM, ISPR admits massive fatal casualties alone. The Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. Over 23 FIRs booking in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son Anos Habib failed to appear before the Samal police in investigation. Despite a lookout notice, NDA settles. NDA settles a seat sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29. Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says, why was she out at 12:30 a.m.? She later says her statement was taken out of context. Hostages expected to be released in 3 Gaza locations starting early morning today. Viewers, some breaking news coming in early this morning. The Pakistani armed forces have started shelling at Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan protesters who have gathered at the Moritke as part of their long march against the Gaza killings. Today is day 4 of TLP's march towards US Embassy in Islamabad, and heavy force being used to suppress the long march of TLP. Pakistan forces have carried out shelling. TLP march towards the US Embassy, which has entered day 4 today. And it is a very, very deepening crisis growing in the area. Pakistan forces have carried out shelling at the TLP protesters. That is the big breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Gursimran is joining me to give us more details. Gursimran, back-to-back updates that are coming in because it is the 4th day of the TLP protest with the Pakistani armed forces now started shelling at them. Help us with more details.
A major crackdown on the TLP protesters that have been holding this long march for the last 4 days. Today is the day 4th of their long march, and from Muridke they were heading towards Islamabad. We have seen a complete siege of Islamabad and Rawalpindi that has already taken place in the anticipation of Tehrik-i-Taliban protesters entering Islamabad and to Gherao, the US Embassy in Islamabad. They are saying that this is against the handiwork of US along with the Israel, that they have killed thousands of Gazans people in the fight that has been launched by Israel against Hamas. So they were protesting actually against that, but the federal government and the provincial government, federal government led by Shehbaz Sharif and the provincial government of Punjab led by Maryam Nawaz, they have been opposing this, and there have been use of the force against them earlier as well. On the first and the second day, we have seen 11 of the protesters were killed and over 100 were injured in the use of force, lathi charge, and the firing that has taken place. And today early morning also at the Fajr time, we are told that there was heavy shelling that was reported, and these flames of smokes were also coming out of that place because heavy shelling was being done on the protesters. The protesters and the Saad Rizvi, they have once again reiterated that they are going to complete their long march towards the US Embassy. They said that they have got their kaffans from the holy places, and now they will only go once they are killed or they reach their destination. So Saad Rizvi, the extremist, hardly who has actually taken Pakistan to seize almost 7 times before this incidents, they are once again saying that they are not going to bow down to the suppressive activities and the atrocities that are being committed by the federal government of Pakistan. And now as we speak, there has been a massive crackdown that has been launched by the armed forces of Pakistan to suppress this long march called by Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan heading towards Islamabad to Gherao the US Embassy.
That's right, Gursimran, as you're bringing us those details, we also know it is the 4th day, and as per you also that these protesters have clearly mentioned that they will not be going back, and it is only going to be moving forward. Keeping that in context, what do you think is going to be happening next, because the situation is only getting into a crisis mode there?
Past precedents that Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan has followed, that every time they have launched their long march, it has actually taken Pakistan into a hostage-like situation. If we speak of the Imran Khan era, it was a 21-day long siege that they had, and then it was decided to ban Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan. It was banned, but after the negotiations that were done by the Pakistani army on the behest of Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, because it is believed that Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan has always been the backing of the Pakistani army. So Pakistan army negotiated for them, and then the deal was struck, and Saad Rizvi along with his thousands of supporters were released, and Tehrik-i-Taliban's ban was revoked. So this time also the Shehbaz Sharif government is also fearing the same, that once they manage to reach Islamabad, this long march will not stop there, but this is going to be gherao on certain of the demands that Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan has been putting forward over the time. So the efforts are being made by the federal government along with the provincial government, because at both the steps, that is federal and the provincial level, this government is of Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz, and they want this protest to stop immediately, and that's why today early morning during the Fajr time, the protesters have started using heavy force against protesters being used.
Right, good. Simran, appreciate you giving us those details, and we shift our focus now. Moving on, there's some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. A very, very important one, viewers, because on being asked whether the war between Israel and Hamas is over, US President Donald Trump has said the war is over. And on being asked if he is confident that the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas is going to hold, he says, and I quote, "I think it is going to hold. There are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries. I think people are tired of it." That is the statement coming in from Donald Trump. And he has mentioned that the war in Gaza is over. That's a big, big statement that Donald Trump has made, where he has said that the ceasefire deal is going to hold. Right now, joining me is Ariela, Director of International Relations, Ashdod Municipality, and thank you for joining us this morning. Well, you know, it is a very, very crucial day today, given the fact that the ceasefire is on. Donald Trump coming out and making a big statement that the war in Gaza is over. How do we look at these developments?
Well, first of all, it's a very, very emotional day for the people of Israel. After 2 years, finally, the 48 hostages and deceased citizens and soldiers that were captivated on the 7th of October are finally coming home. We must, of course, on behalf of the State of Israel and the people of Israel, firstly say thank you to the President, Donald Trump. Without his intervention, I don't think that we'd have reached such a wonderful day. And finally, we are feeling very, very optimistic. Of course, this could have not been done with the government of Israel, with the Prime Minister, and of course, the success of the military of the State of Israel that actually created an environment in which we could reach today this wonderful beginning of the ceasefire. But we must remember that we are dealing here not with a sovereign state, but with a terrorist organization. So I'm not so sure that, you know, all these big words will be finishing the war between Israel and Gaza. We must wait and see. Hopefully, let's start the first stage in which by the media here in Israel, I understand, the release will begin at 8 in the morning. So we are very forward to this wonderful news and to have all our hostages here at home, finally at home.
That's right. You know, it is going to be a hostage prisoner swap that is going to be happening. And as you rightly mentioned, it's an emotional day for all, because the hostages are going to be coming back and the preparations are on, with the immediate aid also being prepared to give them at that point.
Well, all the hospitals, unfortunately, by the 2 years, we've had a couple of stages in which hostages were released. Our country and our medical teams and hospitals, and of course the army, have been drilled with how to overcome and accept and prepare ahead of time for the coming of the hostages. Yes, it's the first time that a big portion of the hostages are coming back, but we are very, very well prepared and we're looking forward for them, and nothing is better than having them home.
You know, when we talk about the brighter side of the hostages coming back, we also know that there were several of them who were held captive, but they were killed. They lost their lives, but preparations are also being made but it is really challenging in order to locate all the dead bodies of the hostages to bring them back at this point?
Well, we know that through the media, I hear that there will be a committee, in which foreign countries and the U.S. will monitor, bring all the deceased hostages back to Israel. I hope and I'm confident, and this is our belief in the state of Israel, that no one will stay back. And it doesn't matter if they are alive or deceased, but my country and my people, we will not stay calm until all the hostages are back in Israel, back at home with their families. Hopefully, it will be that 100% done in the near future. But even if it will take time, I know that my country and the people of Israel will not sit back without bringing all the hostages back to Israel and to their home.
That's right, Ayala. Appreciate you joining us and giving, that very, very crucial statement that until and unless all dead or alive come back, the country and the people will not be keeping calm. Thank you for joining us. We will be tracking those developments through the course of the day. Viewers, now moving on. India is set to host the United Nations troop contributing countries chief conclaves from 14 to 16 October 2025 in New Delhi. Now, over 30 military chiefs, military chiefs from around the world will gather to discuss evolving peacekeeping challenges, share best practices and strengthen future readiness. Take a look at the full story.
The Indian Army is all set to host the United Nations Troops Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave in New Delhi from October 14th to October 16th. This is aimed at bringing together senior military leadership from 32 nations that play a pivotal role in UN peacekeeping operations. Delegations from countries that contribute troops to UN peacekeeping missions across the globe are expected to arrive at New Delhi on October 13th of 2025. The UNTCC serves as a vital forum to address operational challenges, evolving threats, interoperability, inclusivity in decision-making, and the role of technology and training in strengthening UN peacekeeping. As one of the largest contributors to UN missions, India is convening this high-level forum to deliberate on operational challenges, evolving threats, share best practices, and build shared understanding on future peacekeeping. The conclave reflects the ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. The program will feature address by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the UN Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations.
The world today calls for leadership and for our collective resolve to end the many conflicts that have erupted across the globe. But peacekeeping is only as strong as those who serve as peacekeepers. I thank you for your service, your dedication, and your many sacrifices. I look forward to engaging with you all in person for a better future and a better tomorrow.
Plenary sessions will feature chiefs and heads of delegations putting forth their point of view. Defense exhibitions for shared capability building, bilateral and cultural exchanges will also feature during this conclave. The event will stand as a testament to India's unflinching commitment to global peace, stability and shared prosperity.
Viewers, the US government has officially remained shut for the past 12 days. More than 4,000 US government employees have been given layoff notices and an estimated 750,000 others forced on leave without pay. Essentially, turning Washington a debtor to its own employees. The situation is so grim that even the payment of US soldiers is stuck due to the deadlock, prompting the president to make special arrangement. The Democrats want their flagship Obamacare to prevail, while the Republicans want to cut Social Security by size. Trump himself has called this an opportunity to cut Democrat programs. Well, as the deadlock persists, common American workers are bound to suffer, and the world is taking a note. Have a look at what it means for the most powerful country in the world and whose checks are now bouncing.
It has been 12 days since the United States government officially shut down. Like no money, no work, things one would associate with a communist state. More than 4,000 United States government employees have been given layoff notices and an estimated 750,000 others forced to leave without pay. The situation is so dire, even soldiers are not getting paid, prompting President Trump to get into a rescue act. Anand Ahuja, a legal voice in the United States, explains the constitutional nuances of what a government shutdown means and the consequences.
There is no such word given in the United States Constitution about the government shutdown. However, if we look into the Article 1, Section 9 of the United States Constitution, which gives Congress a power to spend money. Okay, so under that United States Constitution, Article 1, subsections 9, which gives Congress a huge power with respect to its purse, with respect to its spending money. Under that particular Article 1, subsection 9, Congress has a power to make sure, number one, the fiscal year which starts on October 1, that budget is applied to whatever their expenses, whatever their main expenditures are. So under that particular power of Congress, then if that budget is not passed, you can go in for shutdown of the government. Government employees who are basically working in essential services, and the second part of the government employees who are working in non-essential services. You have to keep in mind, during the furlough period, non-essential employees, they do not work at all. The essential employees, they are being forced to work because those are such services. And for example, you are in military, right? So you cannot, and God forbids war takes place, you cannot say that since government is shut down, I am not being paid, so I am not going to perform my services. Say for example, air traffic controllers. So essential services like those employees who are performing essential services, they still have to continue working. The only issue is that they are working now during the period of shutdown when they are not being paid.
At the heart of this shutdown drama, a standoff between the Republicans and the Democrats. Trump wants to tariff and spend, spend and spend for his big, beautiful budget.
Well, the Democrats want to shut it down, so when you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they're going to be Democrats. As you know, this country, no country can afford to pay for illegal immigration, health care for everybody that comes into the country, and that's what they're insisting. And obviously, I have an obligation to not accept that. That would affect everybody.
Democrats say not over their showpiece policies like Obamacare. Listen to Troy Blackwell for the Democrat point of view on the situation.
What's happening right now is that in that bill, Democrats are asking for an extension of subsidies, certain tax benefits for those who are on what we call Obamacare, which is basically protections for those who are uninsured or those who are on public health insurance, such as Medicaid. What's happening with that is that Republicans do not want to extend those tax credits, those subsidies for the American people. And what's going to happen is that in 2 weeks, on November 1st, that's when the open enrollment period opens up. It allows all Americans who are uninsured to sign up for health insurance through Obamacare. The subsidies that currently exist are going to expire in probably around December. So what happens is that you're going to have a majority of Americans. There's about 25 million Americans that benefit from health insurance through Obamacare. These 25 million Americans will either renew or more people will sign up thinking that they're getting a certain subsidy on November 1st. And what will happen is that after being enrolled in Obamacare, there's going to be certain hikes, price hikes, co-payments when they go see a doctor that's going to almost double. So if you're someone who pays maybe $2,000 out of pocket, when these subsidies expire, you may end up paying double. So you may end up paying $4,000 instead of $2,000. So Democrats are asking Republicans before they vote to pass this bill to make sure that those protections, the extension of these subsidies are in the bill, and that has not happened yet.
What Troy says about cuts on Democrat programs, Trump has been advocating openly.
Despite all of the damage that it's caused, the shutdown has been, pretty damaging. I mean, it's not yet because it's early, but it gets a little bit worse as it goes along. And we'll be making cuts that will be permanent. And we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense. But we're only cutting Democrat programs. But we're going to start that. And we have Russell, we can talk to you about it if he wants to, but we'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this, so we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine. But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them, and they're having a rebellion in the Democrat Party.
For the MAGA supporters of Trump, it's Democrat political theater to embarrass their president.
We've done our job, and the Democrats need to do theirs now. That ball has been sent to the other court. That is the place where it lands right now. 6 times, I remind you, they voted to shut it down. We need 5 Democrats to break ranks. We need 5 of them to wake up and come to their senses and do the right thing for the American people. How long are they going to allow this pain to be sustained? I talked with the president last night. He called me after the peace deal was done, and he and I both lament, we all do, this terrible situation that we're in. While we're working to do all these positive things for the people and even settle conflicts around the world, the Democrats are playing games. It's political theater to them. They've reduced Americans' pain to a political prop.
And the blame game continues. Listen to House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
It's very unfortunate that their behavior continues to signal that they are uninterested in the type of bipartisan negotiations necessary to bring the Trump Republican shutdown to a close. I hope that changes. I hope it changes today. I hope it changes tomorrow. We'll meet with them anytime, any place, anywhere, either here at the Capitol or back in the Oval Office. But Republicans need to get serious about reopening the government. They need to get serious about reaching a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people.
For the United States on this side of the Suez, all this can be amusing. How can the most powerful president on earth be blocked and made so ineffective as this?
Elections have consequences, and overwhelming majority of the popular vote and an even larger overwhelming majority of Electoral College elected Donald Trump again as President of the United States. He ran on a campaign platform that America had to tighten its belt, financial belt, that unlike the time when Ronald Reagan was president and America was the world's largest creditor nation, greatest creditor nation. Today, when Donald Trump ran for a second term, America is the world's largest debtor nation. We owe the most amount of money we've ever owed in our history. And just like a family that has to balance its family budget, America has to balance its national budget. And that has domestic consequences. It has international consequences. You know, after World War II, It was American generosity and largesse, never seen before, called the Marshall Plan, that rebuilt Europe and rebuilt a whole new world order for every other country's benefit. The only benefit America got from that was goodwill. It's like someone who does well in your family and that person gives his money away to his poor relatives, and all he gets is hugs on holidays or birthday wishes.
So how does this go forward? If the warring Democrats and Republicans do not reach an understanding, Americans are staring at another big crisis apart from salaries. Insurance, on which most Americans depend.
If Democrats agree to pass this bill without extending the current subsidy, which what they're asking for, millions of Americans, almost 25 million Americans, will lose their health insurance. What's happening right now is that under this bill, they're lowering the age of folks who can have their health insurance. Right now, that age is 26 years old. So for example, up to 26, if you are someone who is uninsured or for whatever reason you may be in job transition and do not have a job, because most Americans get their health insurance through their place of employment, you can be on your parents' health insurance.
As the deadlock persists over 12 days now, and the Republicans and Democrats continue to feud, common American employees stand without pay, and the United States government remains officially shut.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein.
Viewers, the top headlines coming in on the broadcast. The ISPR admits massive fatal casualties along the Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. Over 23 FIRs in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son failed to appear before the Sambhal police in the investigation despite a lookout notice. NDA settles the seat-sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29. Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says, why was the victim out at 12:30 a.m.? She later says her statement was taken out of context. The hostages expected to be released in 3 Gaza locations starting early this morning. Breaking news coming in on the broadcast. On being asked whether the war between Israel and Hamas is over, US President Donald Trump has said that the war is over. That's a big announcement that Donald Trump has made, saying that the war between Israel and Hamas is over. In fact, on being asked if he is confident that the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas is going to hold, he says that it is going to hold. There are a lot of reasons why it is going to hold, but I think the people are tired of it. It's been centuries. The statement coming in from Donald Trump, where he's saying the war is over in Gaza. We are, of course, looking forward to the release of 20 live hostages today, which is going to be happening shortly. And moving further, viewers, we are going to get you more details as the fragile ceasefire in Gaza enters its third day. The world watches with bated breath for the release of the remaining Israeli hostages under President Trump's ambitious 20-point peace plan. While Sharm el-Sheikh is decked up for the signing, this deal promises aid surges and troop pullbacks. But doubt continue to linger. Will Hamas deliver the Monday deadline? Will Netanyahu's government hold steady or unravel the threads? And if it all collapses, what fate awaits the 20 living hostages and Gaza's shattered millions?
Preparations are in full swing at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, site of the high-level summit co-chaired by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt and US President Donald Trump to seal the Gaza ceasefire. Israel and Hamas war may be entering its penultimate chapter, with Gaza slowly returning back to whatever is left behind. Amid the flags and fervor, the deal's first phase kicks off. A 74-hour window for Hamas to release 20 living Israeli hostages and 28 deceased remains in exchange for 250 Palestinian life sentence prisoners and 1,700 detainees. 8 trucks are now lining up to pour into the war-battered strip, targeting 600 daily loads of food, water and rubble clearance as per the plan. But as aid ramps up, questions swirl. Will Hamas honor the clock ticking towards Monday noon? Israeli troops signal court renewed operational readiness, pulling back to agreed lines as 200 US personnel re-establish a monitoring center for aid and security. But whispers of contingencies echo. If Hamas delays, will Netanyahu torpedo the truce? Joy flickers in Gaza as Hamas has pledged to adhere to the Monday deadline. Children dance amid debris, but families in Tel Aviv cling to anxiety. Will all 20 living hostages emerge safe?
This square has a mixed bag of emotions tonight. We have emotions of excitement, of being reunited with our loved ones. We have emotions of anticipation for a better future. But we also have anxiety because we want to see all of the 48 hostages coming out.
Relatives rally in Tel Aviv. They hope this is their final vigil. Yet doubts persist. Even if one hostage falters, does the deal dissolve into chaos? US's envoys Stephen Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner have toured Gaza's front and Ream base, briefing troops on post-release protocols, with Trump's visit looming to address Israel's Knesset.
Thank you. Thank you. To President Donald J. Trump, a man who is a humanitarian through and through, with the indomitable spirit, who once again proved that bold leadership and moral clarity can reshape history and change the world. We all owe a debt of deep gratitude to President Trump.
While cheers for Trump echo in Tel Aviv, Hamas eyes Trump's sustained pressure on Netanyahu for compliance.
We believe and we hope that President Trump continue to interfere personally and to exercise the maximum pressure on Netanyahu to fulfill its obligation, first as according to the deal, and second according to the international law as an occupying power. Because I think without this pressure, without this personal interference from President Trump, this would not happen.
Our cluster clear position, we are with any decent effort, any honest effort that can put an end to the ongoing genocide, textbook genocide, televised genocide on Gaza. We are with any decent effort that guarantee that there is no more surgery and the amputation leg will go in Gaza without anesthesia. We are with any decent effort that guarantee that there is sufficient amount of food and humanitarian aid so that no more Palestinian children or Palestinian people will be died due to the malnutrition and lack of food itself.
This is beyond Gaza. Gaza is very important, but this is beyond Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it is a beautiful thing.
The US position is equally tumultuous.
We have yet to see whether or not he will keep up the pressure on Israel, which is key. We have yet to see whether or not he will keep the partners, Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, involved. And indeed, we have yet to see whether or not the promises of aid and rebuilding, humanitarian relief will come about. All of these things indicate that peace, like war, must be waged. It's not a one-shot deal. So I think it's really too soon to tell whether or not President Trump deserves a prize.
For Israel, the bottom line is release of all hostages.
I'm very happy that finally we have reached hostage release. So we must firstly say thank you to the President of the United States, Donald Trump, to the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and of course to all the civilians and the IDF soldiers who lost their lives and assisted us to reach to this point. So first of all, we must be optimistic that everything will go by schedule. But Israel aims to secure the release of the remaining 20 living hostages by Monday. We must remember that the Hamas deliberately did a genocide to the people of Israel on the 7th of October. This is first the facts why Israel opened the war against the Hamas terrorist organization. This is not a sovereign entity, this is a terrorist organization.
But many, like India, believe that a two-state solution is the only hope for lasting peace.
People think that you should have some kind of more structure where you can have trust, and this thing will evolve, because after two stages there may be many more rounds. We hope more constructive ideas will come in. Like for example, Palestinians should go, Palestinians will come back. One of the reason is that earlier Israel will insist that once you go out of, then you can't come back. Where Jews can come back from all over the world, now it is a strange arrangement. Palestinians are human beings. Fact remains, whether Netanyahu likes or not, two-state solution is the only solution.
As Monday's dawn breaks over Gaza, the Trump plan's first phase teeters on the edge. Will Hamas fulfill its vow? Will Netanyahu uphold the truce? For now, the world exhales with hope for hostage release. Will the deal hold?
It's a great deal for Israel, but it's a great deal for everybody, for Arabs, for Muslims, for everybody, for the world.
Viewers, breaking news coming in from Nepal. At least 540 Indian nationals in Nepal prisons absconding since the Gen Z protests. Around 540 Indian nationals serving time in various prisons across Nepal have been absconding ever since the Gen Z protests. The Department of Prison Management has informed about this development. More than 13,000 prisoners had escaped from various jails of Nepal during the second day of the anti-government Gen Z protests on September 9. And at least 5,000 Nepali citizens convicted in various crimes are still absconding, followed by 540 Indian nationals and 108 prisoners of other nations. The data has come out at this point, and it is a breaking development coming in from Nepal, where over 13,000, more than 13,000 prisoners have escaped, with 540 Indian nationals also absconding in this matter. With that, we move on, viewers. In a landmark move towards peace, the world leaders gather in Egypt's Sharm el-Sheikh for a summit co-chaired by US President Donald Trump and Egypt's Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, sealing the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire. The truce, brokered by Qatar, Egypt and the US and also Turkey, will see Hamas release all the living hostages and Israel free 2,000 prisoners. As Gaza begins to rebuild, the world watches to see if this fragile peace can hold.
Amid scenes of cautious hope in Gaza, where displaced Palestinians are streaming north along dusty roads just 2 days into a fragile ceasefire, the eyes of the world turn to Egypt's sun-kissed Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. Preparations are in full swing here for a landmark international summit, co-chaired by Egyptian President and US President Donald Trump, aimed at cementing the first phase of a hard-won truce between Israel and Hamas. The Egyptian presidency announced the gathering, which will draw more than 24 global heavyweights, including French President Emmanuel Macron, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Qatar, Egypt, and the US spearheaded the mediation, with Turkey jumping in earlier this month to broker the deal in these very halls, culminating in a ceasefire that took effect on October 10th, halting 2 years of devastating conflict. The war, ignited by Hamas's October 2023 attack on Israel that killed 1,200 and saw 250 hostages taken, has since claimed over 67,000 Palestinian lives, according to Gaza's health ministry, leaving the strip in ruins and millions displaced. Under Trump's ambitious 20-point plan outlined last month, the initial phase, ratified by Israel's cabinet on October 9th after marathon indirect talks, triggers an immediate halt to fighting and sets the stage for Hamas to release all remaining living Israeli hostages by today. In return, Israel will free around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, with transfers already underway to designated jails, as announced by Israel's prison service. Joy erupted in Tel Aviv's Hosted Square and Gaza's Nuseirat camp upon the announcement, with families embracing amid chants of relief, but hard questions loom over the next phases. Key sticking points include Hamas's disarmament, its exclusion from future Gaza governance, and a post-war reconstruction blueprint for the battered enclave, all to be hashed out at today's table. The four guarantors, US, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, will endorse the broad principles of Trump's framework, though notably Israel and the Palestinian Authority aren't on the guest list, signaling a mediator-driven push. Trump, fresh from White House briefings, expressed optimism en route, telling reporters they're all tired of the fighting, while crediting allies like Saudi Arabia and the UAE for their behind-the-scenes roles. Notably, despite the past Nobel Peace Prize buzz for other deals, Trump didn't clinch the award, But this Gaza breakthrough positions him as a frontrunner for the next cycle. Netanyahu echoed readiness from Jerusalem, stating Israel is preparing to receive hostages, with US Vice President J.D. Vance hinting releases could happen at any moment. As Egyptian Red Crescent trucks roll aid through Rafah and municipal crews hang summit banners at Sharm's airport, this gathering spotlights a rare diplomatic thaw, but with Iran's shadow and unresolved details, the path to lasting peace remains as volatile as the desert winds. For the families still waiting and a region scarred by loss, today's signatures could mark not just an end to bullets, but a fragile bridge to rebuilding.
Because the Palestinians returning to Gaza City at this point came face to face with unimaginable destruction. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble after years of Israeli bombardment. Their return after 2 long years of war and displacement follows the newly declared Israel-Hamas ceasefire. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
As a new Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal takes hold in war-battered Gaza, Palestinians return to the Gaza city. And they grapple with a large scale of destruction that is left of this city.
لا حياة، لا ماء، لا شيء، دمار كامل، مربع بحاله، حي بحاله، حي المنارة بأكمله، هذا راح دمار من دون ذنب أو أسية، لا في عنا فدائي ولا عنا مقاوم ولا عنا أي شيء الله خلقه. فالأولاد في الشوارع قاعدين. ولا مرة في التاريخ يا راجل لغاية لما جيت وشفت المنظر مش مصدق، بقول هذا مش بيتنا. هذا مش بيتنا. احنا تاهين على البيوت. وبالفعل أول ما دخلنا المنطقة تهنا على البيوت. لأنه فيش لا شوارع ولا حياة ولا شيء في الكون له علوم.
Huge chunks of the city and swathes along the Gaza Strip are found in utter ruin. Palestinians lament over these broken down remnants of the city as they return after being displaced by Israel's 2-year-long war on Hamas.
جينا على المنطقة امبارح المغرب ما قدرناش نخش من الطرق مسكرة. جينا اليوم الصبح، المنطقة منطقة سيئة جدا لا تصلح للحياة أو للعيش الإنساني أو البشري أو أي وجه، حتى الله يعز السامعين لا تصلح للعيش الكلاب فيها. منطقة صعبة فيها الحياة، لا وجود ماء ولا وجود صرف صحي ولا وجود حتى نتفة رمل تفردها تقعد ترتاح عليه.
Houses and other structures have been flattened to the ground, roads bulldozed, and piles of rubble were across the area like an ocean of concrete. The World Bank believes that rebuilding Gaza will require more than $50 billion. First responders and residents also began searching the rubble of destroyed homes across the strip to recover the bodies of those who were killed by Israel's bombing. The health ministry said that more than 100 bodies were recovered and brought to hospitals between Friday and Saturday. Rescue teams were struggling to remove the rubble amid a lack of heavy equipment. The war began when Hamas-led terrorists stormed into Israel on October 7, 2023, killing some 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostage. In Israel's ensuing offensive, more than 67,000 Palestinians reportedly have been killed in Gaza, according to Gaza's health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilians and terrorists of Hamas, but say around half of these deaths.
And viewers, let's now shift our focus. A major escalation is brewing between Kabul and Islamabad. Afghanistan has issued a stark warning to Pakistan, saying any attack will be met with a response. Just hours after launching retaliatory strikes, the Taliban government accused Pakistan of harboring ISIS and backing groups that destabilize Afghanistan. Kabul has also pointed fingers at Pakistan's ISI for fomenting the unrest. Take a look at this full report for the details.
Hours after Kabul's retaliatory strikes, the Afghanistan government has issued a stern warning to Pakistan, making it amply clear that any provocation will be met with force. At a press briefing, Afghan government accused Pakistan of turning a blind eye to ISIS activities inside its borders and said Afghanistan will not tolerate terror emanating from Pakistani soil. In a direct attack on Islamabad's deep state, the Taliban administration blamed Pakistan's ISI for fomenting unrest inside Afghanistan, alleging that a faction within the Pakistani army cannot tolerate peace in the region. The Afghan government also said that any breach of Afghan sovereignty would face immediate retaliation, asserting that no attack will go unanswered.
पाकिस्तान में कुछ खास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफ़गानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ। फिर हमारे दोस्त ममालिक जैसा कतर और सऊदी अरबिस्तान उन्होंने ख्वास्ता, उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ।
It added that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed and 30 others are injured in overnight cross-border operations by Afghan forces. The strike that it calls a legitimate defensive response. The situation on the Durand line remains tense, and with the latest posture from Kabul, Pakistan should be ready to face music for any misadventure it plans.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सेपरेट के आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files,
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
ISPR admits massive fatal casualties along the Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. Over 23 FIRs booked in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son Anas Habib failed to appear before the Sambal police in the investigation despite a lookout notice. NDA settles the seat-sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29 seats. Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape cases. She victim shames and says, why was she out at 12:30 a.m? And later says her statement was taken out of context. And hostages expected to be released in the 3 Gaza locations starting early morning today. And viewers, breaking news coming in. We have these visuals coming in from Tel Aviv's hostage square, where hundreds of Israelis are awaiting the release of hostages held captive by Palestinian terror group Hamas. A US brokered ceasefire has come into effect, a deal that raised hopes for ending the Israel-Hamas war. So what we are seeing are these visuals from Israel's hostage square. This is in Tel Aviv. Hundreds of Israelis are awaiting the release of hostages. Remember this coming in as in this exchange, number of Hamas will hand over all the Israelis being held as part of the ceasefire agreement, and that is how the people are waiting. These visuals are there. Remember this coming in as US President Donald Trump says that the war is over. He is traveling to Israel for the release of the hostages from Gaza, and these are the people waiting at Tel Aviv, waiting for the news of the hostage release. All right, we have a guest joining us right now. We are joined in by Mr. Adela Kojab, who is an advocate and hostage rights activist. He is joining us live through Zoom. Thank you so much, Mr. Kojab, for joining us here on Republic TV.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. How do you look at the hostage release that is expected to happen anytime soon? Because you must have seen a number of these cases worldwide where hostage exchange takes place. What do you think are the key points that need to be taken into consideration for a successful exchange?
I think that there's 2 things to note, which is that the hostages right now are in 2 different categories. There are about 48 hostages in Gaza, and about 20 of them are presumed to be living. The living hostages should be having a live exchange, which I'll get into in a second. And unfortunately for the deceased hostages, the remains will take longer time to return. And this is because of identification issues, and unfortunately because they've been used as bargaining chips in the past. As for the live hostages, one thing to note that's different from this hostage negotiation, from past hostage negotiations, especially in the context of Israel and Hamas, is that there will be no hostage ceremonies. If you remember what Hamas was doing with these large choreographed ceremonies, the first 2 times that they released hostages, it was making a circus of these people's pains, of their family having to watch their emaciated family members on TV being handed from person to person, being made to read from Hamas propaganda before being able to return home. This is different. In this hostage negotiation deal, the hostages will be able to return home without these theatrics, without being made a scandalized circus, and being able to return with dignity to their families.
Right. Ms. Adela, also under the international laws, what protection do hostages enjoy, and how these rights are currently being upheld in Gaza?
Hostages enjoy, it's weird to say they enjoy rights, but they're civilian hostages, and civilian hostages are protected by numerous international treaties. And in Gaza, they have not been upheld in any sort of way. Any humanitarian aid that should have been given to the hostages in order to keep them alive, let alone returned, because holding civilian hostages is illegal. It is a war crime. The hostages that were returned in the past were severely, severely emaciated. If you look at Eli Sharabi, photos of him before and after his captivity, they were heartbreaking. And any person, not only nutritionists, not only doctors and medics, but anyone looking at him could tell that he had been held in captivity without given anything to eat. We don't know the state of the 20 hostages that will be returned alive. Hopefully more of them will be alive. From what we understand, 20 are, and they should be able to enjoy liberty and freedom. We won't know to the extent that their rights are violated until they're able to come back and talk to professionals, experts, and members of the international community about what they experienced.
And also, ma'am, in a conflict zone like Gaza, how do these mediators gain access to verify compliance in the case? Because that is very, very important. You're talking about how the hostages need to be treated, but how to ensure compliance?
Well, actually, in the case of Gaza, there's no way to ensure compliance. And the reason why there's no way is because they were even being held in civilian homes. There are people who were journalists, doctors, teachers, even some teachers who were sponsored by the United Nations who are holding hostages inside of their home. So one of the reasons why it's going to take so long to find the remains of hostages and why we had to have those 48 hours to return the living hostages is because a lot of them still had to be located by Hamas themselves. Hamas knows, or roughly knows, who they have in captivity and roughly where, but it's impossible to know exactly where they've been holding them, moving them from tunnels to apartment buildings. If you speak to any of the released hostages, which I've had the privilege to, they were held in multiple locations. Sometimes they were left in apartment buildings where they had access to a window. Sometimes they were held underground for days, hundreds of days on end, until they were able to be moved to a different location. So compliance is extremely difficult. In this case, even the fact that this peace plan was possible, that we were able to negotiate with Hamas and that we're able to move forward, not only for the Jewish and Israeli people, but for the Palestinian people to rebuild, that itself is a miracle. So compliance was nearly impossible in this case. And again, until we have the hostages back in Israel, in their homes, speaking to professionals, we have no information.
Right, ma'am. And as far as this current deal is concerned, 20 living hostages being released in exchange for about 2,000 Palestinian detainees. So what are the biggest risks you feel are to the guarantee of safety and the dignity of the hostages?
I think right now, if you're watching the live videos coming out of Gaza and live videos coming out of Israel, in Israel you see people flooding the streets, waiting the return. You see it on the side of the screen next to me. But the videos that are coming out of Gaza are people who are standing in front of the UN convoys and of the International Red Cross convoys, not letting them through, chanting Free Palestine. And it's because the Palestinian people are divided. Half of them are tired, they're angry, they want this to end. They say, please give us life, give us liberty, give us the ability to rebuild. And there's still people who see this as a war of annihilation against Israel, blocking the convoys of the International Red Cross, not allowing for a peaceful handover of hostages. And like I said before, when it comes to the hostages who are deceased, returning the remains will be halting the peace process. Hopefully they'll be able to return them soon, but we've seen again Hamas using the bodies of dead Israelis as pawns in this game.
You talked about the deceased hostages, ma'am. How should ideally the remains of the deceased hostages be handled if they're recovered? What protocols are there to ensure the dignity and the delivery to the families?
So the first protocol is identification. If you remember with the Bibas family, when the two children and the mother were to be returned to Israel, it was found out nearly a day later that the remains they returned that were supposed to be the mother, Shirel Bibas, was actually not. They had returned another body in its place. And it took an additional week to be able to locate her body, to return it, to be buried in dignity with the bodies of her two young children. So it's going to be an identification issue. That's really where the dignity comes in here. Of course, we're hoping and expecting that they're returned in a dignified condition, but of course we have no idea. We don't know if the bodies have been maimed, if they've been dismembered. We don't know if the bodies have been burned, and that'll be up to the international team that will be doing the identification to be able to see if the bodies are identifiable in themselves or if they'll be needing dental records to be able to identify and match them with missing hostages.
Ma'am, if hopefully not, but if in any case something happens, the violations occur, what accountability pathways are available, especially given the peculiar situation that we are talking about here is Gaza, where the ceasefire is being brokered by differing parties. How do we ensure that in case violations occur, what accountability pathways are there?
There is not much accountability, but one thing that I do commend both sides to agreeing is that if there is a delay in the release of the hostages or a delay in the release of the bodies of the deceased hostages, there will continue to administer aid in Gaza. The aid will continue to flow to make sure that the everyday people of Gaza can live and can continue to live and can start rebuilding until those bodies are returned. One thing that is my understanding is that the materials that are coming in to rebuild the infrastructure of Gaza will be halted, as far as I understand, until the hostages and their bodies of the deceased are returned. But other than that, there really is no accountability other than the fact that we have the international community watching. You have Qatar, you have Turkey, you have Egypt, you have Jordan, you have the United States, you have the United Kingdom. At this point, I feel Hamas cannot make any other move. And if they choose to make a false move, they'll be jeopardizing the entirety of the peace deal or the entirety of their ability to continue to survive in Gaza. I think at this point, the international community, the Israelis, and the Palestinian people don't want this. They want peace. They want to continue to move forward with their lives. They want to rebuild. And whoever's holding on to that shred of annihilation, to that war of annihilation, they're holding back everyone else in the process.
Right. And ma'am, you must have seen number of cases worldwide where such exchanges happen. These released hostages, they may suffer some psychological damage, also physical damage as well. What are the post-release protocols as far as medical health is concerned, mental health is concerned, and how should this entire support be structured, especially in terms of a Gaza-Israel context?
Well, there have been multiple organizations, nonprofit and governmental organizations in Israel that have been dealing with the released hostages, that are checking in with them with a full evaluation. But even speaking to hostages, which I've had the honor to speak to released hostages, the pain will always be there. But I also see a lot of strength and resilience, especially knowing that there were other people being held captive. If you hear the way, for example, Omer Shemtov speaks about his time in captivity and his call to action to get every hostage out, his call to comfort the families, saying soon you'll be reunited with your loved ones. That strength doesn't just come from anywhere. It has to be built by a support system. I also have to say I've spoken to many families of hostages who will be getting their loved ones today. I've spoken to them in the process in the last 2 years, and actually in Hostages Square, the image that you're seeing on the screen, for the last 2 years, families of hostages have been at Hostages Square to tell the story of their loved ones to anyone who will come and listen. Every time I stopped by Hostage Square, I had the opportunity to meet another family member of another hostage who had other family stories to tell about the person who was being held in the tunnels for days on end. So they do have strong support systems in terms of their family. In terms of the evaluations, first will always be a physical evaluation to understand the extent of the torture that they endured, even going out into the daylight. That's why you'll see a lot of these hostage releases, especially the ones that were done in the past, were done in the nighttime because the light of day might have been too much for the hostages. So first will come the physical evaluation, then a psych evaluation, and that's when governmental and nonprofit organizations will step in. They'll do mental checks, and the families have gone through so much counseling to be able to reintegrate their family members.
Yes, you talked about the support really that is needed for the well-being of these people who will be released today. But how does the governments and organizations ensure that this process of the integration is carried out? Is there any long-term way in which these things are monitored?
I don't know what they have planned right now, but I do know that the major hospitals in Israel have all been briefed. They've been receiving hostages, child hostages, adult and elderly hostages, women hostages, and now they're prepared. All major hospitals in Israel are designated which hostages they'll be receiving. Again, the Gaza conflict, this war started after October 7th, 2 years ago. It's very new. I don't know what's currently in place, but I am sure that they have a long-term plan because we haven't seen a situation like this with civilian hostages being held in this way for a people that really is so united. If you see those images on the screen of Hostages Square, you see that the Israeli people really feel like they are one large family. We have been feeling the pain. I've been wearing this tag since the beginning of the war, and I can't wait until I get to take it off.
Right. And do we have any kind of credible evidence regarding the treatment of the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza? And till the time we speak to the hostages once they are released, is there any information? Can this information be verified at the moment?
There's been information that's been released by Hamas. Hamas has said that they have a certain amount of hostages. They've gone back and forth. Different officials of Hamas say different things. According to Israel, they have received information that there are 20 live hostages, but what condition they're in is unknown.
Absolutely, but how do international bodies respond if, the evidence emerges that the hostages died to neglect, due to injury, due to any deliberate killing? Because we're talking about 20 alive hostages, but what about the rest?
Yeah, unfortunately, the international community has been very much lacking in this space. Like we said, the Bibas family, all three, the mother and the two children, were killed through being hostages, right? Their bodies were returned to Israel. The state of the bodies are still unknown to the Israeli public. And whatever state they were in, the international community didn't even demand any information about how they were kept. They didn't demand to know they didn't publish reports. And I think that that's one of the things that's been consistent in this conflict is the Israeli people and the hostages feeling like they've been abandoned by the international community. So I don't know what response the international community will have, but I can see from the bodies that they have returned to us in the last 2 years, it hasn't been enough.
Absolutely. So is there any criminal accountability really that can apply under international humanitarian law?
Yeah, so you can bring them to the International Criminal Court, but what we've seen from the United Nations is that it's entirely symbolic. There really is nothing that comes from United Nations resolutions, from International Criminal Court proceedings, and even if we were to bring a case against Hamas for these war crimes that they did commit, there really isn't much there. Instead, they're taking Israel for war crimes for a war that it didn't commit. So could there be criminal accountability? Hypothetically, yes. In theory, yes. But in practice, there is none of that. And I think that we've already abandoned any hope of getting a form of justice against Hamas. If you look at the peace plan, the 20-point peace plan, Hamas will have to disarm, demilitarize, and Hamas members are either going to have to agree to coexistence and peace or leave to another country that will grant them amnesty. That is it. So Hamas itself as an entity will be disbanded entirely, and the people can choose to either live in peace or move elsewhere. Any other form of accountability, I'm sure there will be some sort of legal proceeding, but internationally, I can tell you, it hasn't really gone anywhere, and it likely will not.
Absolutely. But what about the rights of the families of deceased hostages? Because, of course, they don't have their family members. But what about, in terms of recovering remains, the documentation part of the deaths, seeking justice? What rights do they have?
So this actually is where the private sector steps in, and that's actually where my expertise is in. I work for the National Jewish Advocacy Center, and we represent former hostages and former families of hostages and those who were killed in terror attacks. And you bring lawsuits against entities that funded terror. For example, here in the United States, we have something called the Taylor Force Act, where it was found that there were organizations and countries that were paying terrorists to commit terrorist acts. And Taylor Force, who was a U.S. military, rest in peace. He was a member of the U.S. military who was killed by one of these pay-to-slay programs. After the Taylor Force Act was passed here in the United States, it became an avenue to be able to bring cases against terrorists and terror-supporting entities because of slain people who were killed by terrorists and pay-for-slay programs. Unfortunately, that is limited to people who are United States persons, and you would seek legal relief in the United States. And different countries have different forms of these laws. So what relief is there for the families who lost their family members, or to hostages who were held captive? If they wanted to seek some form of legal justice, they could do it through vehicles like the Taylor Force Act in the United States and equivalent laws elsewhere. If you find organizations that you can trail the money to funding terror organizations, you can use them to hold them accountable. Another example is, for example, a group of terror survivors that were here in the United States who were victims of an Iranian attack were able to join an Iranian plane that was being held here in the United States and sue the Iranian government under U.S. law and hold them accountable. Now, once you finish the trial, do you actually receive anything from the judgment? That's a little bit more difficult, but it is a way of finding justice.
And let's also talk about exchange deal, because we are not only talking about the release of the Israeli hostages, but we are also talking about the prisoners who are going to be, there's a hostage exchange deal. So internationally, if you talk about what are the ethical red lines when we talk about hostage exchange deals, should some types of detainees be excluded from the exchange, even if it delays the release? What are the ethical red lines?
Yeah, so there are no red lines written in law. Every peace deal is different. Every negotiation is different. I can tell you that in this case, there are 7 high Hamas members that Hamas is pushing for their release, and Israel is doing everything to keep those individual 7 members from being released. 2 of them were supposed to be released, and then Israel ended up trading 13 different names in exchange of those 2, saying, unfortunately, these 2 we cannot release. Right now, what Israel's focusing on are people who did not have life sentences, so people who committed crimes or terror acts that were relatively minor, and they're being prioritized. But for example, there's one terrorist that's being released who was actually who committed a terror attack in Israel that murdered one of my close friend's uncles. And for months, he's been trying to petition the Israeli government not to include him in any sort of prisoner release deal. He was supposed to be included in an earlier one. They were able to block that effort, but it seems he will be released in the coming hours, if not the coming days. So what are the guidelines? Israel's trying to prioritize people who committed smaller offenses. There are 250 of them who are convicted for mainly terror attacks or murder, and then the 1,700, a little over 1,700 detainees from Gaza, who do include about 22 minors. They also will be released, and they will be prioritized as well. But if you take a step back and you say, well, what are the ethics? What are the red lines? Israel can set its own red lines, but if you look at the ethics, all we are asking are for the 20 living hostages and the 28 remains of the hostages who are deceased. And in exchange, they're getting about 2,000 people, 250 of which committed atrocious acts of terrorism. So it's never going to be equivalent. It never will be equivalent. And I think when you take a step back, you understand the value that Israel places on life. And they say, if this is what it takes to receive our loved ones back, then we are willing to do it. And it's not being received entirely well by everyone in Israel. There are people who have personal connections to the released prisoners who say, how are you letting my assaulter or someone who murdered a family member of mine go free? But this is the moral gray line when it comes to conflicts like this. Whose lives are prioritized, whose lives are more important than others? Is potential life and endangering potential life more or less important than releasing current actual life that's being held captive? At this point, I can tell you that everyone in Israel has been holding their breath for the moment that the hostages return home. So even though 2,000 people is a price to pay, some of which may go on to commit acts that are horrendous and terror, that is enough if it means we get our loved ones home. And if that means we have to fortify in defense, we will fortify in defense and make sure they cannot commit additional atrocious acts.
All right. Thank you for those insights. But stay with us, ma'am. We'll continue to take insights on that big story that we are tracking at this hour, and that is Israeli hostages are due to be released. These are the visuals from Tel Aviv. Donald Trump says war is over and he's flying to the Middle East. But the families of the Israeli hostages are there waiting with bated breath as they await the release of their loved ones. Time to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the same story. Thank you so much for joining us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I am Riyanka Chaudhary and we continue with our rolling coverage of the big day today, an emotional day as well, as the ceasefire has been instilled and the release of the hostages have already on the cards and it's started and all the preparations are being made. We will be bringing you all the latest updates. ISPR admits massive fatal casualties along the Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. Over 23 FIRs booking in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son failed to appear before the Sambal police in investigation despite a lookout notice. NDA settled seat-sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. The BJP and JDU settled for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29 seats. Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says, why was she out? At 12:30 a.m., she later says her statement was taken out of context. The hostage is expected to be released in 3 Gaza locations starting this very morning. Viewers, we continue with our rolling coverage of the release of the hostages in Israel capital Tel Aviv. Visuals are coming in from Hostage Square, where hundreds of Israelis are awaiting the release of hostages held captive by Palestinian terror group Hamas. A US-brokered ceasefire has come into effect, a deal that raised hopes for ending the Israel-Hamas war. We continue to be with our guest, Adela, advocate and hostage right activist. Adela, you know, we are continuing with the rolling coverage on Republic, and we are giving in those very, very live visuals coming in at this point in time from Tel Aviv, where families have come together. They are awaiting that moment of release to come together and embraced their loved ones. What does it look like for the day?
It looks like a family coming together. Right now, the streets are full with hundreds of thousands of people who have been waiting for this moment for 2 years, waving the flag, getting ready to welcome them home. Actually, right now in Israel, if you open your cellular service, instead of the provider's name, it says welcome home. There are signs everywhere that say welcome home. No one will be sleeping tonight. The hostage release is meant to happen in the next couple of hours, and I can tell you that right now in Israel, the energy is insane. I actually checked my phone during the break to get more coverage from my friends who are on the ground, saying they've never felt so united.
That's right. You know, as we know, it's a very, very emotional time today, given that, you know, there are 20 live hostages who are going to be meeting with their families. But if we talk about those who were not able to make it, who have been killed or they have died because of the conditions that they were kept in, you know, we are also looking forward to a respectful return of their bodies as well.
Yes, we are looking forward to a respectful return of their bodies. Their families should be able to bury their loved ones in peace and dignity, and they should be able to visit their graves and to be able to mourn the loved ones that they've been mourning from afar for how long.
You know, since you have been a hostage rights activist, you know, I would want to understand all that you have done for raising the voice since, you know, the 2 years that this war has been going on, and then finally the ceasefire.
Of course. Well, first off, it's clear under international law, under common law Article 4, under really so many points that hostage taking of civilian hostages is completely illegal. One thing that's insane is that the International Red Cross will receive the hostages. They're right now trying to receive the hostages, and it will be the first time in 2 years that they even see the hostages, when in international law, if there is a hostage that's taken, which again is illegal, at all points there should be immediate medical aid. They should have medical attention. Any humanitarian going in, they should be able to be fed. There's so many things that a hostage should receive, let alone the fact that they shouldn't have been taken hostage in the first place. I started from a civil rights law perspective. I'm a civil rights lawyer in the United States, and after October 7th, I had to pivot all of my efforts to anti-Semitism happening in the United States, and of course, to the hostages and their families and what we could do to help them. So I was able to go in November and then again in March and then again in June of 2023 and 2024 to meet with hostage negotiators, with members of the Israeli government who were involved in hostage negotiation deals, and with hostages themselves who have been released. I've spoken to hostage family members. I've been to Hostages Square, where their family members sit down and tell you their stories on a rotational basis, where anyone who comes, a visitor from near and far, can sit down and understand why these hostages mean so much to the Israeli people. And since then, we've been able to add a lot of hostages to our lawsuits. We've been able to sue organizations that have been funding international terrorist groups for them to be able to get some sort of closure and hopefully financial compensation, which of course there is no financial compensation for the loss that they have held. Now, we spoke earlier about what legal remedies exist. Hostage taking is illegal, and we have not seen the international community outraged enough about the fact that Hamas took and held so many hostages for so long. They initially took over 270 hostages, slowly began to release them in the first wave in November, then again in January, and up until now, we're now going to have our next release from Hamas. What you saw up until this point from January onwards were IDF raids in order to retrieve the hostages that were being held illegally in Gaza. We shouldn't have to bring them home because they shouldn't have to have been there in the first place. So right now, again, in Hostages Square, everyone is holding their breath. I'm not there now, but hopefully I will be there next week to continue to cover the afterfall of all of this, to be able to hopefully document what the first stage of peace looks like, and to be able to meet with the same families that I've met with earlier, the people who I've met whose fathers have been kidnapped, the people who were released themselves, and hopefully I'll be able to understand a little bit more about what they've been facing and what legal remedies we can have for them.
You know, as you were talking about what is going to be happening next as the, first phase of initial days of the release of the hostages, what lies ahead? How does it look like, given there are hopes also from the entire community, and the world is also looking forward so that the ceasefire does not collapse. It holds up, because Donald Trump is also saying that there are several reasons that the ceasefire will be holding well.
Yes. So as we speak, Donald Trump is on a flight to Israel. He will hopefully be landing in the next couple of hours. He says that he himself wants to be on the ground in Gaza. He wants to be on the ground in Israel, and he wants to meet with the people that we have been fighting for so hard for the last 2 years. I think that one of the reasons why this plan will not fall through is because the international community is on board. You know that this is real peace, hopefully, when you have Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Israel, the Americans and the United States and the UK all on board. I think that there's too many eyes on this for this to fail. I think that everyone has been trying so hard for this to continue. Even if you see Netanyahu apologizing for the raids in Doha and Qatar, this has been in the works. This is something that is not being taken lightly by any side, that every politician that's been involved with, every negotiator that's been involved with is looking to make it work. The people who don't want it to work are the people in Gaza who are still holding on to the idea of a war of annihilation, where they say October 7th wasn't enough, and when they pledge that they will do October 7th over and over and over again, where dead Israelis will never be enough. Dead Israelis, and they will not be satisfied until from the river to the sea, being of course the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River, Palestine will be free, meaning Israel will cease to exist. That is a radical idea that has to be eradicated from the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people are tired. They want to rebuild their lives. The people who are holding on are the militant groups, are Hamas and the extreme factions who don't see this as enough. I think that one thing I've been seeing a lot is people talking about, who won this war? No one won this war. In this war, Israel has lost so much. Their loved ones have been held captive. People have been called up to reserves to lose their lives in combat. Of course, we know in Gaza there were no winners. In Gaza, it has seen so much devastation, so many buildings that have been leveled to the ground, so many schools that have been devastated, so many children whose educations had to be paused, so many people whose livelihoods were taken away from them. There are no winners in a war like this. And if you're using the terminology of who won or lost the war, then you don't understand the human tragedy behind it. This isn't a conflict that Israel asked for. If October 7th wouldn't have, if Hamas began October 7th to begin a war that it couldn't win, knowing it would devastate its people, hoping that their extremist allies would come to their aid and annihilate the state of Israel. So in that case, yes, Hamas lost the war. because that will never come to fruition. But did Israel win? I don't think people in Israel believe they've won. I think that the people who are right now in the streets celebrating are a family who's reuniting, not someone who's celebrating victory, but someone who's celebrating finally being able to breathe for the first time and hug someone that they've lost for so long.
You know, you've put it very, very well. The fact that no one has won this war. In fact, Israel did not ask for it. And for the fact that, you spoke about the people, the Palestinian people, that they are tired. We have also come across several videos and visuals of the displaced people, the Palestinians, who are moving back to their houses only to see it completely destroyed.
Of course, and that's actually where Trump's peace plan comes into play perfectly. Right now, Trump is overseeing a peace plan and is overseeing a peace board that will rebuild Gaza for the use of the Palestinian people. And he even says, if you read the text of the peace plan itself, he says the people of Gaza who have seen so much devastation. I think right now everyone wants Gaza to be rebuilt and for these people to be able to find their everyday lives being able to continue, for them to be able to rebuild and to start fresh and to be able to have their schooling and their jobs and their education. So it will be a long process. And of course, the reason why this negotiation and the ceasefire deal was so delicate is because when you talk about construction equipment going in and rebuilding Gaza, it has to be overseen. Because if rebuilt incorrectly to be an infrastructure for terror the way it became in 2007 after Gaza elected Hamas into power, where the entirety of the country used its aid and resources for, instead of building water mains and sewage and additional buildings and infrastructure, instead to build a network of tunnels underground in order to devastate Israel. That's why Gaza has to be observed in its rebuilding. And right now there's going to be a transnational force with troops from Egypt, from Turkey, from Qatar, not from the United States, but overseen by the United States to ensure that the rebuilding of Gaza is for the people of Gaza and not for the infrastructure of terror. And again, I don't think if you asked someone in Gaza, an everyday person in Gaza, if they won or lost the war, they wouldn't use that terminology. They would also fight for peace. And I think that that's what we've been seeing. I think that we've been seeing Hamas wage an extremist war where for a long time they had people on board because they said we can win this if we devastate an entire other country. But they knew going into this isn't how it was going to go. So it's really something special and something historic to watch this conflict come to an end after 2 years of devastation that the international world was seeing, of course. So Israel will also be involved in the rebuilding of Gaza when it comes to allowing, of course, all the aid and the construction equipment, and the United Nations will also be involved. But most importantly, it's those nations I spoke about, which is Qatar, the UK, the United States, and then Turkey, Jordan, and Egypt coming in with aid, being able to oversee the peaceful rebuilding of Gaza.
That's right. Della, stay on with us as we would go across to these live visuals coming in from the Hostel Square in Tel Aviv, and we would want our viewers to have a sense of how is the ambience and what is the energy there amongst the people. All right, so those were the visuals and the ambience and energy coming in, and people are raising the flags and posters of the hostages and, of course, Donald Trump as well. Idila, I would want to come back to you and ask you about the fact that, medical aid is the first that will be given to the live hostages. And as per the sources and reports that you probably getting from the ground, how the preparations been made for that?
Yeah, so right now there are multiple hospitals in Israel. There are 3 main hospitals that will be receiving hostages depending on their age. And the younger hostages will be treated in one hospital. The other hospitals will handle the elderly, as there are still 2 elderly men who are being held live in Gaza. And in case there is any issues with rerouting, if anyone needs immediate medical help, then they will be airlifted via helicopter to Soroka Medical Center, and they will treat them for any emergency immediate medical services. The thing with this hostage negotiation deal is, again, it's very delicate, and it's actually going to go through a lot of handoffs. The way that's going to work is that the hostages are going to be brought into 3 different central points in Gaza, and from there they will be handed off to a member of the International Red Cross, which will have an envoy. The envoy will continue and at that point meet Israel and the IDF, which will have the IDF medics on site in the areas of Gaza that Israel disengaged to, and that's when the handoff will occur. And with the International Red Cross and the IDF as an escort, that's when they will continue on their way to the 3 hospitals. Again, if anyone needs emergency medical help in that moment, then that's when the helicopters will airlift them to Soroka and they will be treated there for emergency services. I think that the country's been preparing since the deal has been announced on Wednesday. The country's been preparing for this very moment. I can't believe that it's happening in the next couple of hours. I know that we're all holding our breath. They can keep telling us and releasing documents on how they think it's going to go, but of course, until we see it happen, it doesn't actually happen. And if you open up social media, like I said before, there's videos of people who are surrounding the International Red Cross caravans, yelling "Free Palestine," not allowing them to proceed to their targets where they'll be able to pick up the living hostages. So we're seeing it play out. Originally, they said that the release was going to start at about 6 o'clock in the morning, which is right now it's 6:15 in the morning in Israel local time. And then they said 7 in the morning, and then they said closer to 8. And right now they've told us 9 in the morning, which would be 2.5 hours from now, 2 hours and 45 minutes. We're hoping that that is the case, but the deadline that Trump gave in the plan and that they all agreed on would be by latest noon Israel time, which would be about 5 to 6 hours from now. So again, our fingers are crossed. We are holding our breath. We're waiting for every moment. We're hoping that the logistics go as planned, but we trust that they have a plan, a backup plan, in case the routes are not accessible.
That's right. So we are expecting all the action to take place maximum 5 to 6 hours from now. And, I would also want you to, put a bit of shed a light on the fact that, there were families of hostages who had, said that Netanyahu was prioritizing the military goals over the release of the hostages. And there were the right-wing members of his coalition had also opposed the freeing of Palestinian prisoners. To be noted that there are around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners who are going to be swapped at the moment.
Yes. So again, that causes a lot of internal division in Israel. The idea of swapping prisoners and 2,000 prisoners, 250 of them who have been convicted of terrorism, for 20 living hostages, and hopefully more than 20 living hostages, but up to 48 hostages and bodies that will be returned to Israel, continues to cause controversy. But I think in this moment, anyone who thought otherwise, anyone who did prioritize the military goals, in this point is ready to bring the hostages home. You cannot feel the energy more than you do right now in Israel. You cannot feel, you cannot look at what's happening right now with how many people are gathered and say, well, you know what, maybe we should stall this in any sort of way. So I think that Netanyahu has been pulled in both directions over the last 2 years, where on one hand, he has the military goals and he has the goal of protecting the country, which of course releasing 2,000 detainees, 250 of them violent offenders, into the general population of either the West Bank or Gaza doesn't seem like it's furthering the security of the country, when on the other hand, you have so many people whose families have been torn apart who are begging for their family members to return home and feeling it so deeply. And I think that this peace plan brokered by President Trump really captures both sides of this. It has the military goals, and it also has a humanitarian goal of returning the hostages home. We can't forget why the hostages were taken. They were taken as pawns and as leverage by Hamas against Israel to say there is no way that you can take the actions that you might need to take because we are holding your own people. And that has been a way to taunt the Israeli government and the Israeli people, to sow division. And they were really being used as human pawns in this game. And I think at this point, this current deal is hopefully going to be the perfect way to achieve the military goals of the conflict, which is to disarm Hamas, demilitarize, and to make sure they cannot rearm, and of course to bring back the hostages. And I think that this deal specifically prioritized the hostages. It prioritized the human element of this conflict as opposed to the military. It didn't say disarm and then we will release the prisoners and you release the hostages. No, it said within 48 hours of this agreement being signed and going into effect, every single hostage, living or alive, must be returned. And that is prioritizing life. Of course, again, that calls for the prisoner swap, which I think is an inappropriate term because one of them are living civilians, civilian hostages that were taken illegally from their homes. And on the other side, you have people who were detained for violent acts. And the numbers are completely uneven. And the people who are being, it's not an exchange. It's a concession. Israel said, if you return our civilians, we will concede by releasing those who are detained and who are violent prisoners. It's not a swap because it's not equivalent. So hopefully, again, we will see this go forward. I think, again, this deal does a really good job of balancing the military with the human aspect of this conflict, the humanitarian, and I think I really appreciate that it prioritized the humanitarian aspect and the release of the hostages over the military goals.
As you rightly mentioned that it's not a swap but a concession, a very, very, crucial statement I would think that you've made there, Rudella. Let us also, shed a bit of light about the experiences of the hostages, especially who were released in batches. In fact, they were held in deplorable situations. They had harrowing experiences. In fact, there were 48 hostages, out of which 28 are likely deceased and 20 are believed to be alive and they will be returned back. But the condition and the treatment these innocent people had received is absolutely unimaginable. Unimaginable. And again, if you saw the release of the other hostages in these choreographed circus-style celebrations where Hamas forced them to stand on stage to read from Hamas propaganda while other people cheered death to Israel, watching them in the moment in emaciated states, looking at them, knowing that they didn't look the way a human should look. For them to return home, to be reintegrated into society, into their lives, into their families. We've seen what the released hostages looked like in the past, and they didn't look like they were being held in any sort of condition that is livable for a human person. And of course, when it comes to the bodies, which was a question we were talking about earlier, when they released the bodies of the Bibas family, 2 of them infants and 1 of them a mother, they released the wrong body for the mother. They sent the body of someone else in her place. And it took almost an additional week to locate her body and to return her body to Israel. So what will be the state of the bodies that will be returned? We don't know. But from what we've seen, it's not going to be pleasant. I think that we're all bracing ourselves for what it might be. And as much as, being able to see them on live TV might, cause us distress or comfort, I think that this moment should be something private for them and their families. I think that the dignity of being a hostage, which is, it's such a crazy statement to think of. What dignity is there in being a hostage? How can we dignify your return? I think that the most dignified return would be one done with the International Red Cross, done somewhat in private, to be returned to their families to receive medical help, instead of what Hamas was doing, placing them on stages and parading them around while people knocked on the cars that were transporting them. I think rewatching those videos in preparation for today, knowing that the release was coming, I went back to watch all of the Hamas videos, the Hamas circuses and choreographed ceremonies of release of hostages. And I do find peace knowing that this will be different. They won't be subjected to that kind of mockery, and they'll be able to have a more dignified release to return home. Right, Adela, appreciate you joining us for that extensive conversation that we just had. And we also look forward to the developments that are going to be coming in. With that, viewers, we shift our focus at the moment. What we are given to understand that there are reports of a stampede at West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station that triggered panic earlier today. But the Eastern Railways has now denied any stampede-like situation, saying 3 passengers were injured after losing balance on the foot-over bridge. Take a look at this quick report to know more what happened.
A stampede-like situation took place in West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station. However, the Eastern Railway officials have denied reports of any stampede. They clarified that 3 passengers were injured after losing balance on the foot-over bridge. The incident reportedly occurred when a woman walking from the foot-over bridge to platform number 4 slipped and fell on the stairs. After she fell, her weight transferred to adjacent passengers on the stairs, causing them to lose balance and fall as well. Railway officials said that the RPF personnel and staff immediately attended the injured passengers.
प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 5 और 4 जो आइलैंड प्लेटफॉर्म है बर्दवान स्टेशन पे, वहाँ पर एक लेडी जो हैं जब नीचे आ रही थी, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको मिली है उसके हिसाब से ये है कि वो ट्रिप कर गई। उस संदर्भ में कुछ लोगों ने उनको हेल्प करने की भी कोशिश करी, नीचे से भी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करी, जिसकी वजह से जो है 2-3 लोगों को उसके ऊपर एक दूसरे के ऊपर ट्रिप कर गए। हमारे जो वहाँ पर मौजूद जो हमारे आरपीएफ के लोग थे, हमारा स्टेशन स्टाफ था, इमीडिएटली उनको वहाँ से स्ट्रेचर्स, जिन लोगों को स्ट्रेचर्स की ज़रूरत थी, उनको यहाँ पर लेकर के आया गया। टोटल मिलाकर के 8 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जिसमें से 5 महिलाएं हैं और 3 जो हैं वो मेल्स हैं। सभी मोर और लेस ठीक हैं। एक जेंटलमैन जो हैं हमारे, उनके पैर में फ्रैक्चर है, तो ये अभी डॉक्टर्स भी इनको एसेस कर रहे हैं। यदि किसी भी प्रकार की अगर मेडिकल रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेडिकल एनीथिंग दैट कैन बी डन बाय रेलवेज, वो हम लोग करेंगे।
The railway doctors also reached the spot to provide first aid. The 3 injured were taken to Bardhaman Medical College for treatment. The Eastern Railways further clarified that there was no stampede at the station and the passenger movement was normal at the time of the incident. There have been no reports of casualties yet.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. And coming up next week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Our Bharat Rashtriya Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Atmanirbhar Shaktishali Bharat. So join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and on enterprise, all united by one vision. So next week on 15th of October at the Republic headquarters from 9:30 a.m. onwards, be there. And now let's take a look at the headlines that we are tracking for you at this hour. Hundreds of Israelis await the release of hostages held captive by Hamas in Tel Aviv's hostage square. US President Donald Trump says the war in Gaza is over. ISPR admits massive fatal casualties along the Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. NDA settles a seat-sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29 seats. Mamata Banerjee's a shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says, why was she out at 12:30 a.m.? She later says her statement was taken out of context.
मिलके काम कर रहे थे।
कोई जानकारी नहीं, मुझे उनकी कोई जानकारी नहीं। Yes.
Over 23 FIRs booking in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son Anas Habib failed to appear before the Sambal police in the investigation despite a lookout notice. And viewers, we continue with our rolling coverage of the release of the hostages in Israeli capital Tel Aviv. Now, visuals coming in from the hostage square where hundreds of Israelis are awaiting the release of hostages held captive by the Palestinian terror group Hamas. A US brokered ceasefire has come into effect in a deal that has raised hopes for ending the Israel-Hamas war. So these are the visuals that we are getting from Tel Aviv, and this is the hostage square. There are hopes as people are awaiting the release of their loved ones, these people who were taken hostage. So Hostage Square remains a place of unrelenting vigil. All right, we are joined in by Ms. Donna Rezzelvi, who's a member of Dvora Forum and hostage policy advocate. In fact, she represented the 7th of October hostages at the Hague's ICC. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us at the channel. Ma'am, how do you look at the situation that is unfolding right now at Tel Aviv's Hostage Square? And can you describe your role and involvement in representing the 7th of October hostages before the Hague? What mandates did you have, and what were your key challenges?
So the mixed feelings this morning in Israel, it's been lots of tense days. On one hand, excitement for something that we've been waiting for 738 days. On the other hand, a lot of pressure and fear that things might go wrong. There is expectation that in about an hour and a half, we will have the first meeting between our forces and the first batch of hostages that will be collected throughout 3 points within Gaza. The families of hostages are already making their way to the Re'im base, which is where they will meet their loved ones for the first time, and they will undergo the first health checks. So there is a lot of stress, hoping that everyone will be coming out. There is a lot of speculation and question marks with regards to hostages that are no longer alive, and how many of those will be released today. So a lot of tension, but also a lot of anticipation and excitement. With regards to my role, shortly after October 7th, we started doing some trips to Washington, etc., and together with Professor Kotler, who used to be the Minister of Justice in Canada, and his team, together with Sullivan and Cromwell, which is a renowned lawyers firm in New York, we decided to make a submission to the ICC. We joined forces with the Families Forum, the Israeli ICC. As you know, the ICC in The Hague is a body, the International Criminal Court, where individuals and NGOs can make submissions. It's not like the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. And so we were 2 NGOs making a submission. There were some returning hostages, brave women who came with us to testify at the time at The Hague. We indeed got arrest warrants for some of Hamas leadership as a result of our submission. And we did get the ICC to make an official resolution that there were crimes against humanity that were made on October 7th by Hamas. As you know, the other side also achieved arrest warrants at the time for Netanyahu and Gallant. What really mattered to us, and this is something that I want to say in this interview, is to make sure there is another war that is going on that is not much spoken about, but that is the financial war against terror. The military war hopefully will be over soon, but the financial war is a very important one, and it's one that will never stop. So everyone should know that any country who had citizens who were murdered or injured on October 7th can open a criminal investigation in their own nation, and they can start chasing any money that fraudulently through NGOs or other ways, through crypto and other ways, are reaching terror organizations within their nations. The only country who has opened a criminal investigation was the United States after the resolution at the ACC, etc. And I just want to make sure that this point is going to stay with us, and this war against money going into funding terrorism is going to remain with us as a goal of this war.
Considering your vast experience in this field, how do you look at the present situation in the terms of as far as the human rights of the hostages are concerned? And considering that this is a peace, that ceasefire and a deal that has been brokered by a number of nations, including the United States, how do we ensure that the rights of the hostages are, taken well care of?
So we already received some announcements from the Red Cross yesterday that there are some hostages that are in very bad shape. We can expect that after 738 days in the most horrible condition I don't wish for anyone on this planet. And we're fearing this a lot because we already saw in the past returning hostages. We had several occasions where we already saw some of the returning hostages. Some of them did not survive after coming back. For example, Hana Katsir, she's an example of a hostage who returned to us through a deal, but she died during this past year, even though she had the best medical care. We are very scared about the situation in which they will return the hostages. And a lot of protocols and preparations have been made for the best care that Israel can offer medically and also, of course, psychologically. But it's going to be a very long journey. We already know this from hostages who are with us for several months. Some of them are with us for more than a year. We already know that it's going to be a very long recovery. There is a lot of anticipation. Everyone is going to be there for them, every single person. People who know them and people who don't know them. And we can only hope for the best and hope that they can regain confidence in life and in their nation that has been anticipating and waiting for them. I think that in terms of their ongoing rights, of course, Israel is going to take care of their rights and everything that will happen from the moment they step foot here. But we first need them, all of them, to step foot here. And with regards to the international arena, we will continue fighting the financial war against terror.
Absolutely. But after the hostages are returned or their remains are repatriated, what are the processes that need to be followed? What are the procedures? What are the investigations? How does the process go from here?
So it's very, very detailed, and there are different stages. The very initial stage, at the moment, the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, meet our hostages in the different 3 points within the Gaza border. It's going to happen the first one is going to happen in about an hour and 20 minutes, supposedly. The protocol is once they get into Israel, there is an initial medical checkup. We also need to check that there is nothing on their body that was placed by Hamas, the terror organization, in their body or on their body. Very initial checkup. And as soon as possible, meeting with their loved ones and transfer to the Israeli hospitals. All the hospitals in Israel have been preparing for this moment, even more so in the last few days. And there are very, very detailed protocols that were already detailed and even made better because of the experience we had with other returning hostages, because it was a precedent. We never had, Western civilization never had such a number of hostages. We're talking, if you remember, 247. So it's a lot. And the protocol has been made better as they started coming back. We realized, first of all, that there is no one playbook. Every single one needs something very different. Every single one has a different family situation. Some of them come back and they don't know what happened. They don't know who of their loved ones is alive. They don't even know who made it. They have no idea. Some of them know and heard through radio their loved ones. Some of them are in different stages of getting accustomed physically and psychologically to their circumstances while kept hostage. And it's going to be very long. We have to be very patient. The families of hostages have been prepared themselves for different encounters and reactions and for a very long-term process. There is something very wise that is part of the protocol, that is getting the help and support of of hostages that came back already. Some of them were held together at some point within the 738 days, and reuniting some of them together, making hostages that are already back in life meet those hostages that are just returning to us in order to support them. And there are different ways it's going to be done. Of course, in terms of food, we know that they have been starved for many days, and some of them are in very bad physical condition. We have requested the Red Cross not to feed them upon meeting point, because it's a very, very specific diet that they have to start really gradually getting their systems to start processing food again. And so there are many, many protocols. Some of them refer to the actual physical well-being and many, many checkups. A lot of previous hostages came back with different illnesses. Some of them more severe. Some of them were just really, really bad shape. You can imagine, just think about the shape of their teeth, the shape of their bodies, the shape of, barely showering, lice. That's, the very small things. The bigger things were internal organs, different diseases that they came back with. And of course, the hardest one is the psychological implications of being held captive for so long. In the case of those being released today, we're talking about people who spent most of this year under the ground in the most horrible conditions, not in people's homes. So we're fearing their situation, but we definitely know that once we get them back, we can start the process of healing, and that's what we've been waiting for.
But looking at the entire case, because, it's been 2 long years as far as these hostages are concerned, how hopeful are you of, this ceasefire holding on? And do you think that, if any, hopefully not, but if one party violates these terms, what are the legal, recourse that international organizations or maybe human rights bodies have in that case?
So in the signed accord that was brokered genuinely by the United States together with different allies in the region, and this one will be studied in history books and in diplomatic books and geopolitics, negotiations. It will be studied a lot, and rightfully so. And the way that everything was pulled up, and the way that President Trump and his team leveraged the situation Qatar was in after the Israeli attack. Everything was brokered in really, we can go into that if you're interested. But basically, eventually the plan itself, the 20 points plan and the agreement that was signed, the only provision it makes for Hamas breaking the first step of bringing back all the hostages is that Israel remains able to renew the war and renew the military attack. That is the only thing that kind of exists there in terms of the agreement itself. We believe there is a lot of pressure on Hamas to fulfill this first stage, and that they do want the war to completely end because of the state they are in right now. And we can only hope for the best. To let you know that most of the Israeli public thinks that Hamas will make this perfectly and that there will be no problem. Most of us don't believe it, but we will have to wait and see.
You mentioned about the fact that, how this entire peculiar situation, the ceasefire declaration and the hostage prisoner exchange is going to be probably read in books. This is something the geopolitical experts will discuss for years to come. But how do you see this case really influencing how the future hostage scenarios in the conflicts might be handled, also diplomatically, legally, ethically?
It is very clear that what has happened in the last 2 years has proven as an incentive for terrorist organizations. they know that the biggest prize they can ever get is to kidnap Israelis, unfortunately. We know this started when they saw our nation's reaction at the time when Gilad Shalit, the soldier, was taken and eventually released. I want to remind you that we have to release later today 250 prisoners with blood on their hands who are serving life sentences in Israeli prison, who have murdered our citizens. And we will have to release 250 of them in number, which is a lot more than, anyone in Israel ever wanted. But at this point, we really want all of our hostages back, and we want to start the rebuilding and the looking into the future. But that point that you just raised is one of the things that preoccupies many people, because we know that for extremists, people who really, really never give up on the ideology of full annihilation of Israel will know that one of the biggest prizes they can ever get when they start planning future actions is kidnapping. We believe it will be very hard for them to do in the coming years, but we should know that it will never change. Israel will always put on top the value of human life.
Absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely.
Always.
And whatever the circumstances might be right now, the release of the hostages is everybody is looking forward to. Thank you so much, Donna, for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story. So viewers, the release of the hostages held in Gaza is expected to begin any time now. Meanwhile, earlier, Palestinians are returning to the Gaza city this weekend came face to face with unimaginable destruction. Entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble after years of Israeli bombardment, and their return after 2 long years of war and displacement follows the newly declared Israeli-Hamas ceasefire. Here's a quick report.
As a new Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal takes hold in war-battered Gaza, Palestinians return to the Gaza city. And they grapple with the large scale of destruction that is left of this city.
لا حياة، لا ماء، لا شيء، دمار كامل، مربع بحاله، حي بحاله، حي المنارة بأكمله، هذا راح دمار من دون ذنب أو أسية. لا في عنا فدائي ولا عنا مقاوم ولا عنا أي شيء الله خلقه. فالأولاد في الشوارع قاعدين. ولا مرة في التاريخ يا راجل، لغاية لما جيت وشفت المنظر مش مصدق، بقول هذا مش بيتنا، هذا مش بيتنا، احنا تاهينا على البيوت. وبالفعل أول ما دخلنا المنطقة تهنا على البيوت، لأنه فيش لا شوارع ولا حياة ولا شيء في الكون له علوم.
Huge chunks of the city and swathes along the Gaza Strip are found in utter ruin. Palestinians lament over these broken down remnants of the city as they return after being displaced by Israel's 2-year-long war on Hamas.
جينا على المنطقة امبارح المغرب ما قدرناش نخش من الطرق مسكرة. جينا اليوم الصبح، المنطقة منطقة سيئة جدا، لا تصلح للحياة أو للعيش الإنساني أو البشري أو أي وجه، حتى الله يعز السامعين لا تصلح للعيش الكلاب فيها. منطقة صعبة فيها الحياة، لا وجود ماء ولا وجود صرف صحي ولا وجود حتى نتفة رمل تفردها تقعد ترتاح عليه.
Houses and other structures have been flattened to the ground, roads bulldozed, and piles of rubble were across the area like an ocean of concrete. The World Bank believes that rebuilding Gaza will require more than $50 billion. First responders and residents also began searching the rubble of destroyed homes across the strip to recover the bodies of those who were killed by Israel's bombing. The Health Ministry said that more than 100 bodies were recovered and brought to hospitals between Friday and Saturday. Rescue teams were struggling to remove the rubble amid a lack of heavy equipment. The war began when Hamas-led terrorists stormed into Israel on October 7, 2023. killing some 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostage. In Israel's ensuing offensive, more than 67,000 Palestinians reportedly have been killed in Gaza. According to Gaza's health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilians and terrorists of Hamas, but say around half of these deaths.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। Live in my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein...
The lanes of Dharavi are not just narrow, they are full of crowd, full of people. It is difficult to even walk through the streets. Children, they play in these tiny streets, making it even busier. People carry baskets, push carts, heavy loads, they try to balance it. If two people carry weights, it is very difficult for them to pass through each other. And if we talk about the market days, it is even worse. Even to try and cover a small distance takes a lot of time. Open areas are almost missing. There is hardly any sunlight coming and reaching the floor. Children play cricket in these tiny streets and enjoy their life. If I talk about this bicycle, it can hardly pass through the narrow lane. Because people, they enjoy on their doorsteps. They talk to each other, share their memories and daily lives. Because they don't have garden, they don't have courtyard. So people enjoy their life in little spaces that they have here.
मेरा नाम संदीप महादेव शिंदे है। मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ। मेरे को धारावी में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रदूषण रूम वगैरह सब प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है। खाली मेरे को यहाँ पे अच्छा हो जाए ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। धारावी में छोटा रूम है, इसके वजह से बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। हमको रहने के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, सब बच्चे के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, स्कूल का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है। ये मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए सब जन क्या है गवर्नमेंट में। हमारे तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए, साफ़ सफाई करना चाहिए। धारावी में वो हो नहीं रहा है पहले की तरह। देखना चाहिए धारावी में आके।
Even the daily life is hard here. Imagine carrying groceries or shifting your furniture in these narrow lanes. It's a task. Even if you go out with your family, you have to cross a lot of obstacles on the way. But the life goes on. This is the spirit of Dharavi. People, they share their food, they share their walls and their stories too. At the same time, these festivals are being celebrated in the true spirit in these narrow lanes. This is what Dharavi teaches you, life. The streets of Dharavi connect everyone, shops, workers, families. But they also tell the story of life full of struggle and life too. Here, every corner is filled with stories about managing, adjusting and surviving, connected and alive.
Well, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and coming up next week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Aar Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Shaktishali Atmanirbhar Bharat, and join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and enterprise, all united by one vision. Next week on October 15 at Republic headquarters from 9:30 a.m. onwards. Be there. The headlines coming in: hundreds of Israelis await the release of hostages held captive by Hamas in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square. US President Donald Trump says the war in Gaza is over. ISPR admits massive fatal casualties along the Afghan front as Taliban accuses Pakistan of harboring ISIS terrorists. The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is only beginning. NDA settles seat sharing formula for the upcoming Bihar elections. BJP and JDU settle for equal numbers with 101 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP gets 29. Mamata Banerjee's shocking statement on gang rape case. She victim shames and says why was the victim out at 12:30 a.m. She later says her statement was taken out of context.
मिलके काम कर रहे थे।
कोई जानकारी नहीं, मुझे उनकी कोई जानकारी नहीं।
आप सिर्फ जावेद हबीब
yes.
Over 23 FIRs in an alleged crypto fraud case. Celebrity hairstylist Javed Habib and his son failed to appear before the Sambal police in investigation despite a lookout notice. And let's get started with breaking news coming in. These are developments that we are tracking. The Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at 7 premises in Chennai linked to Streeson Pharma under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act in the case of cold reef cough syrup which caused the death of several children. Premises include residences of top officials of the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Office. The crackdown is only building at this point in time, with the Enforcement Directorate carrying out several raids in the premises in Chennai linked to Streeson Pharma under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and this is in connection to the case of the cold reef cough syrup. Sharda joins me for more details. Sharda, help us with the updates and the information coming in terms of these raids conducted by the Enforcement Directorate.
Priyanka, this raid comes after the Madhya Pradesh police have arrested the Streeson Pharmaceuticals owner Rangarajan Govindarajan after the cold reef cough syrup caused the death of at least 21 in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And while his arrest was done this week, the ED is searching the premises of 7 officials related to the FDA department of Tamil Nadu who had given permission for the drugs to be administered and be exported to other states as well. Well, there has been lapses. 350 points have been kept by the FDA, saying that these are the lapses that the cold reef department had done, including no pest control in the manufacturing unit. We saw how badly the place was constructed, and following which now the ED is making search in 7 offices in Chennai, the officials related to the Food and Drugs Department in relation to money laundering acts. Back in July, one of the food inspectors, Mr. Karthikeyan, had said to have taken a sum amount of money from the manufacturer owner Rangarajan Govindarajan, and following which the administration of the drug license was given, following which the drug was also exported to other states. Now, apart from Karthikeyan, multiple other FDA offices are under lenses, and the INI is conducting raids to make check whether if these officials had taken a bribe amount before giving the valid license to the cold rift cough syrup.
Right, Sharda, what lies ahead given that these raids are being conducted by the Enforcement Directorate? Because very crucial and a tragic incident had in fact happened because of the particular cough syrup.
Yes, Priyanka. So as the Madhya Pradesh now arrested Rangarajan Govindarajan, and 2 other food inspectors were also detained and later left after suspensions orders by the state government. The Madhya Pradesh government had claimed that the Tamil Nadu government had not taken enough action now, and that's the reason ED raids have come in this week. Last week, when the Tamil Nadu government only dismissed and suspended the food inspectors, not no more action was taken. So to make stringent actions in place, the central government is now taking action with ED raids in these particular offices to check whether the FDA department is completely running on the money that they have been receiving, and without administering and doing a proper check whether these drugs are given. Because apart from cold rift, 2 other cough syrups are also banned, which also caused the death of 2 people in Gujarat last week. And now the entire FDA department is under scrutiny under ED's eyes. And the Tamil Nadu government, the health minister, is also ordered for to make sure that the food and drug department do a complete check.
That's right, Sharda. Appreciate you joining us with those details on that story. Viewers, some breaking news also coming in. Nominations for the second phase begin today for the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections 2025, and that can be filled until 20th October. The nominations for phase 2 is starting today for the Bihar elections. It is going to be a mega battle in Bihar, given that in one hand the seat sharing formulas have also been clicked well, with the BJP and JDU going for 101 seats equally respectively. And today is the day for second phase of nomination, and these nominations can be filed until October 20 is what we are given to understand. Battleground Bihar has heated up. Several leaders are holding multiple huddles with the top leadership, whether it is the NDA alliance or whether it is the Mahagathbandhan, and the effect and impact coming in from the side of a new entrant, Prashant Kishore. There will be several details and development back-to-back that we will be tracking on Republic, given that all eyes are going to be on the Bihar elections. One hand, the seat-sharing formula been done, and on the other hand, the nominations for phase 2 begin today. We get you all the updates coming in on the broadcast in terms of the Bihar Assembly elections slated to take place soon. And with that, it is the nominations that begin for the second phase today, as per the breaking development that we are getting in. The last day to file the nominations for the second phase of the Bihar elections is 20th of October. Elections are coming in very soon, with the alliances holding on their seats together. And we get you more updates with the Bihar Assembly elections fast approaching. The NDA has finally announced its seat sharing formula, putting an end to the speculation of discord within the alliance. The leaders from across the NDA have welcomed the move. Let's take a closer look at the details.
As Bihar's elections loom near, The National Democratic Alliance has announced the seat-sharing formula for the state, putting an end to all speculations about the alliance. The BJP and Nitish Kumar's Janata Dal United have received the biggest share of seats, with the parties contesting on 101 seats each. The announcement put speculations of a rift between Chirag Paswan's LJP and the NDA after reports of a disagreement over the number of seats allotted, with the LJP contesting on 29 seats. Jitan Ram Manjhi's Rashtriya Lok Morcha and the Hindustani Awami Morcha contest on 6 seats each, rounding off the NDA's seat-sharing formula. Leaders from the NDA have reacted to the announcement, expressing confidence and hope ahead of the elections.
इस विजय अभियान का श्री गणेश हो गया, रणभेरी बज गई है और ये शानदार आगाज है। पांचों दलों की ये बैठकें लगातार हो रही थी और अब तो सीट शेयरिंग का ऐलान भी हो गया। पूरे दमखम के साथ मिलकर लड़ेंगे और एक बड़ी जीत दर्ज करेंगे। देखिए, एक बात बिल्कुल समझना होगा, जनता क्या चाहती है, राजनीतिक दलों को भी इस भाव को समझना होगा। और एनडीए के पांचों दल बिहार की जनता की भावनाओं से परिचित थे। उन्हें पता है कि जंगल राज की आहट से भी बिहार की जनता को डर लगता है।
BJP, there is no MLA, there is no MP, there is no minister, there is no prime minister, nothing. First, they are karyakartas. So there is no question of anyone being sidelined. Everybody will work for the party and ensure that the party comes victorious in this coming election. And secondly, in our coalition, there is no brother, whether elder or younger. We are all our partners. Remember Lok Sabha? We contested 17, JDU contested 16, Chirag contested 5. Rest, both of them won each. So anybody becoming elder brother or younger brother? We are all partners and we have just determined to emerge victorious. 2025 is going to be 22-25.
बहुत ही अच्छा गठबंधन का टिकट का वितरण हुआ है और सीट शेयरिंग हुई है। लगभग जिस रेशियो में लोकसभा में टिकट का वितरण हुआ था, 40 सीटों का जिस प्रकार से वितरण हुआ था, उसी रेशियो में विधानसभा में भी सभी को सीटें मिली हैं। बहुत ही अच्छे माहौल में आपस में सीटों का वितरण हुआ है।
Leaders from the RJD and Mahagathbandhan, however, are still claiming discord amongst the NDA.
देखिए, अब तो ये एनडीए का सीट शेयरिंग का फार्मूला तय भले ही हो गया हो, लेकिन एनडीए में ऑल इज नॉट वेल है, ये स्पष्ट दिख रहा है। जो बात लगातार श्री तेजस्वी जी कह रहे थे, हम लोग कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी जेडीयू को समाप्त कर देगी और मुख्यमंत्री भी नहीं बनाएगी, तो अब वो दृश्य तो दिख रहा है, तो हैसियत बता दी। अभी बड़े भाई की भूमिका में जेडीयू रहती थी, बराबरी पर लाया है और श्री चिराग पासवान जी और बीजेपी ने मिलकर 130 सीट ले ली। अब चुनाव के बाद जेडीयू को समाप्त बीजेपी कर देगी और मुख्यमंत्री का कुर्सी भी ले लेगी।
The RJD and Congress's Mahagathbandhan is set to release its own seat-sharing formula shortly, and we're reportedly waiting for the NDA to release their plan first.
तो हम लोगों को तो मालूम है ना कि भाई फर्स्ट फेज का नॉमिनेशन शुरू हो गया है और एंड कब है, सेकंड का नॉमिनेशन और एंड कब है, तो आपको समय से ही सारी चीजें आ जाएंगी। सब कुछ सबके लिए सम्मानजनक होगा। हमारा एक ही फार्मूले पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, ये मौजूदा सरकार और ये भ्रष्ट सरकार को जाना तय है।
चिंता नहीं करें, उनका इंतजार कर रहे थे हम लोग। उनके इंतजार के बाद हम उस हिसाब से हम काम करेंगे और हम दिल्ली हम लोग सभी लोग जा रहे हैं। सीईसी के बैठक के बाद हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे जी, केसी जी ने वहाँ पे मीटिंग रखी है। उसके बाद हम लोग ज्वाइंटली या कैसे होगा हम लोग निर्धारित करेंगे। एनडीए का आ गया है तो हम उससे हम अपने आप को नहीं जोड़ रहे हैं, हमारा अपना काम है। हम अपना काम से जो है जा रहे हैं, पार्टी के काम से जा रहे हैं। वहाँ मिलजुल करके जो फैसला होगा बहुत जल्दी होगा।
As the dates of the polls draw closer, citizens from around the country waits to see who finally makes the government in Bihar.
We were shifting focus. Reports of stampede at West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station triggered panic earlier today, but the Eastern Railways has now denied any stampede, saying 3 passengers were injured after they lost balance on the footover bridge. Here's a quick report on what exactly happened.
A stampede-like situation took place in West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station. However, the Eastern Railway officials have denied reports of any stampede. They clarified that 3 passengers were injured after losing balance on the footover bridge. The incident reportedly occurred when a woman walking from the footover bridge to platform number 4 slipped and fell on the stairs. After she fell, her weight transferred to adjacent passengers on the stairs, causing them to lose balance and fall as well. Railway officials said that the RPF personnel and staff immediately attended the injured passengers.
प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 5 और 4 जो आइलैंड प्लेटफॉर्म है बर्दवान स्टेशन पे, वहाँ पर एक लेडी जो हैं जब नीचे आ रही थी, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको मिली है उसके हिसाब से ये है कि वो ट्रिप कर गई। उस संदर्भ में कुछ लोगों ने उनको हेल्प करने की भी कोशिश करी, नीचे से भी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करी, जिसकी वजह से जो है 2-3 लोगों को उसके ऊपर एक दूसरे के ऊपर ट्रिप कर गए। हमारे जो वहाँ पर मौजूद जो हमारे आरपीएफ के लोग थे, हमारा स्टेशन स्टाफ था, इमीडिएटली उनको वहाँ से स्ट्रेचर्स, जिन लोगों को स्ट्रेचर्स की ज़रूरत थी, उनको यहाँ पर लेकर के आया गया। टोटल मिलाकर के 8 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जिसमें से 5 महिलाएं हैं और 3 जो हैं वो मेल्स हैं। सभी मोर और लेस ठीक हैं। एक जेंटलमैन जो हैं हमारे, उनके पैर में फ्रैक्चर है, तो ये अभी डॉक्टर्स भी इनको एसेस कर रहे हैं। यदि किसी भी प्रकार की अगर मेडिकल रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेडिकल एनीथिंग दैट कैन बी डन बाय रेलवेज, वो हम लोग करेंगे।
The railway doctors also reached the spot to provide first aid. The 3 injured were taken to Bardhaman Medical College for treatment. The Eastern Railways further clarified that there was no stampede at the station and the passenger movement was normal at the time of the incident. There have been no reports of casualties yet.
Viewers, the tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan escalated on Sunday after the Afghan security forces carried out the retaliatory strikes on Pakistani soldiers and triggered return fire that led to massive clashes along the Durand line. Republic TV is the only Indian channel reporting live from Afghanistan, bringing you on-ground details of the conflict. Take a look at this report.
पाकिस्तान के साथ हमारे ताल्लुकात का एक चीज़ वाज़ेह करना चाहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान का आवाम और पाकिस्तान का जो सियासून है और हुकूमत में भी अक्सर लोग जो है वो अमन पसंद लोग हैं, वो अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है। पाकिस्तानी आवाम और पाकिस्तानी सियासून के साथ हमारा कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। पाकिस्तान में कुछ ख़ास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफ़गानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ। फिर हमारे दोस्त ममालिक जैसा कतर और सऊदी अरबिस्तान उन्होंने ख्वास्ता, उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ और अभी हालात कंट्रोल में हैं।
As you can see, this is one of the passes as it pans out. So this is a pass, and majority of the terrain is like this, where there are very narrow passes and there is no other way how anyone else, either from the POK side or from the Afghanistan side, they have to pass. So they have one common place, that are these passes. So this is a pass which is near Kunur, and as you can see the terrain behind, there are vantage points, and Taliban usually gets placed on top of these ridges. So this is the kind of terrain that I'm talking about, as you can see. So there is no escape from anyone who is entering or bypassing these areas. So this is a very tense situation in terms of Taliban occupying these regions and passes and getting ready to battle, despite news that Qatar has brokered peace talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan. But as far as the Taliban troop movement is concerned, there is no sign of slowing down or accumulation of Taliban troops so far.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a de-decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire...
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. You're watching live and breaking. And well, coming up next week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Our Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Shaktishali Atmanirbhar Bharat. So join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and enterprise, all united by one vision. So next week on 15th of October at the Republic headquarters from 9:30 a.m. onwards, be there. And viewers, now let's take a look at the big stories that we are tracking in the headlines. Donald Trump heads to Israel as a stage set for a hostage prisoner swap. Pakistani armed forces shell Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan's protesters who gathered at Muridke. TRPI reports massive casualties from overnight forces operation in Muridke. NDA finalizes seat-sharing pact for Bihar election. JDU and BJP get 101 seats each. Show off strength today in Patna. And ED conducts raids in Chennai against Season Pharma, manufacturer of the cold reef cough syrup. Viewers, the big international focus that we are tracking through the day today, and Hamas. These are the visuals from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv as people have gathered for the release of the Israeli hostages. That is going to happen anytime soon. So they are due to be released, and Donald Trump has said that the war is over. And he is flying to the Middle East. He is going to land in Israel anytime. Meanwhile, these are the visuals of people waiting at the Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, waiting for their loved ones, waiting for their families. There are the supporters who are waiting for the release of the Israeli hostages. And Hamas has released a list of the 20 living hostages that it will release as part of the Israeli-Hamas war ceasefire. Now, the list of names comes as hostages and Palestinian prisoners were expected to be released on Monday as part of US President Donald Trump's trip to Israel and Egypt to mark the ceasefire. The International Committee of the Red Cross is expected to oversee this release, which will include also nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. So it is 20 hostages that the Hamas is going to release, and Hamas has given the names. It has published the names of these 20 Israeli living hostages who are going to be released today. And this is under the first phase of the ceasefire deal with Israel. So these are the people awaiting with bated breath as the hopes continue over the ceasefire in Gaza. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, is now joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, a very good morning. And these are the wonderful visuals that we are continuing to show our viewers. That is the visuals from the Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. People waiting with bated breath as the hopes continue over a ceasefire deal, and also for people to be reunited with their loved ones, people who were taken hostage 2 years back.
Well, you see, yes. So this is both a moment for satisfaction and happiness that all these hostages are coming back, but also a somber moment to reflect on, how to take this forward from here, so that Hamas is defanged completely. They still remain in control. The fact that you had to really speak to them despite 3 years of war, and of the 50 hostages that were in captivity, only 20 are returning. Unfortunately, others killed of starvation, killed of captivity, killed of torture, whatever, the factors. The fact of the matter is that of the 50 hostages that were in captivity, only 20 odd are returning, the details of which have been shared by Hamas. They're still controlling the entire process. They would be delivering these remaining alive hostages to the Red Cross at 3 points across the Gaza Strip. In many ways, Hamas is one reason why we do not have a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine problem, because Hamas is the third state. Like it happens, for example, it's not a exact comparison, but when we deal with Pakistan, we always wonder, whom do we deal with? Do we deal with Rawalpindi or Islamabad? Who's the real power? Who can really deliver? Similarly, in the case of Palestine, there is Palestine Authority of the Fatah, and the president of which is Mahmoud Abbas, but they hardly have their writ and control over the masses when it comes to the Gaza Strip, even much of West Bank. The last time elections were held in 2006. Hamas completely sidelined the Fatah faction of Yasser Arafat, as of now led by Mahmoud Abbas. So I think that's one aspect which even the Palestinians need to really ponder, whether they really want their destiny to remain in the hands of a terror organization. And unfortunately, there is a huge section of Palestinians who believe that, Hamas is declared a terror organization by Israel and by America, nobody else. The fact of the matter is that October 7 was a heinous crime. October 7 was an act of terror. It's been condemned ad nauseum, and still for some people to sort of indulge with Hamas is something which is at this moment a point of reflection. Having said that, 20 of those hostages, the list of whom has been shared by Hamas, are in the process of being delivered and others transferred to Israel via the Red Cross, and everyone looking forward to it. Let's give credit where it is due. President Trump has played a significant role in this moment, and he did play a role in stopping the war and getting the ceasefire, and it is part of his 20-point plan that these hostages are coming back. Israel has been a very fractured polity in the last couple of years. A significant section and an influential section not wanting the war. Of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government really doubled down on it over the last couple of years, couple of months, in fact. And we met him as part of an Indian journalist delegation just a couple of months back in the month of September, in fact. And he was very clear that Hamas has to be completely defeated. And even as that objective remains, the Trump plan has made it possible for the hostages to come back, which is a significant development, and in a way crystallize next moves on both the sides. So as I mentioned, the Palestinians also need to reflect whether they really want Hamas to be their representative, and for the Israelis to decide whether if they can make some adjustments in terms of this aggressive push for settlements in the West Bank, if they can make some adjustment in terms of their larger policy while it pursues to finish off or eliminate Hamas, whether they can make some adjustments with the moderate Palestinian factions, if they exist, then why not? So I think it's a two-way street, and President Trump has opened a window for that. Credit to him, he could not get the Nobel Peace Prize. There was one war where perhaps he could have been considered maybe next year. But the fact of the matter is that things are moving. President Trump is traveling and is going to be spending some time. The whole agreement process is going to be signed at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and India is going to be represented by our Minister of State in the Ministry of External Affairs, Kirtiwardhan Singh. And we are all looking forward to those pictures, that moment when the hostages are delivered along the Gaza Strip to Red Cross, and ultimately they travel to Tel Aviv and to their respective families, and that reunion happens.
Absolutely. We all are, in fact, the entire world is looking forward to those moments as and when they happen, and we'll be getting you all the live updates from there. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump is embarking on a high-stakes diplomatic visit to Israel and Egypt, aiming to solidify historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Here is what he said.
We're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because, as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel. And we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others. And they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
All right, viewers, now let's shift focus and talk about Pakistan. Well, from a key proxy in the Afghan jihad and a trusted US ally in the war on terror to diplomatic isolation across the Muslim world, Pakistan's journey is a complex story of shifting alliances, double games and political instability. And this video explores how Pakistan, once seen as an Islamic force and also a nuclear power within the Muslim world, has lost credibility after events like the Osama bin Laden raid and also the geopolitical dynamics that are changing. So discover why economic pragmatism replaced ideological brotherhood and what lies ahead for Pakistan's uncertain future in the world.
Once a proxy in the Afghan jihad and the American war on terror, today Pakistan finds itself isolated across much of the Muslim world. How did a country once hailed as the fortress of Islam, the only nuclear power in the Muslim bloc, lose so much diplomatic ground? To understand Pakistan's isolation, we go back 2 decades. After 9/11, Pakistan became Washington's frontline ally. President Pervez Musharraf promised, "We are with you in this war against terror."
That in search of all the Al-Qaeda operatives who are non-Afghan, non-Pakistani, pretty easy to identify. We have entered, as far on the Pakistani side, an area known as the FATA, the federally administered tribal areas where the government never entered for over a century. This is the first time that the Pakistan Army and our civil armed forces have entered this region, and we are in the process of opening out this region. Now, if at all any Al-Qaeda operative is hiding in this region, we are after them. Now, whether Osama bin Laden is here or across the border, your guess, sir, will be as good as mine. So I wouldn't like to venture into a guess. But the possibility of his maybe shifting sides on the border is very much there. But as I said, we are fully inside the areas which are treacherous areas. We have an ingress there, and there is no doubt in my mind that the military, with every passage of time, will be able to locate any Al-Qaeda members hiding in this area.
But this alliance carried contradictions.
While publicly fighting Al-Qaeda, Pakistan's intelligence services were accused of tolerating militant networks. That double game built resentment in Western capitals and unease in the Muslim world. You can't keep snakes in your backyard and expect them only to bite your neighbors. You know, eventually those snakes are going to turn on whoever has them in the backyard. Then came May 2, 2011. US Navy SEALs raided Abbottabad and killed Osama bin Laden.
After years of painstaking work by our intelligence community, I was briefed on a possible lead to bin Laden. It was far from certain, and it took many months to run this thread to ground. I met repeatedly with my national security team as we developed more information about the possibility that we had located bin Laden hiding within a compound deep inside Pakistan. And finally, last week, I determined that we had enough intelligence to take action and authorized an operation to get Osama bin Laden and bring him to justice.
For the Muslim world, the question was stark. Was Pakistan clueless or complicit? Either answer damaged credibility. Within months, trust evaporated. Western allies cut aid. Arab states grew cautious. The image of a nuclear-armed, unstable Pakistan began to overshadow the narrative of an Islamic champion. Meanwhile, the Gulf world was changing. Saudi Arabia and the UAE were shifting from ideological politics to pragmatic power economics. They looked east to Asia for trade, not to Islamabad for leadership.
أنا أعتقد أن أوروبا الجديدة هي الشرق الأوسط. المملكة العربية السعودية في ال5 سنوات القادمة سوف تكون مختلفة تماما. البحرين سوف تكون مختلفة تماما. الكويت حتى قطر على خلافنا معاهم لديهم اقتصاد قوي سوف تكون مختلفة تماما بعد 5 سنوات. الإمارات، عمان، لبنان، الأردن، مصر، العراق والفرص التي لديها. إذا نجحنا في ال5 سنوات القادمة سوف تلتحق فينا الدول أكثر وسوف تكون النهضة القادمة في العالم في 30 سنة القادمة في الشرق الأوسط إن شاء الله. هذه حرب السعوديين، هذه حربي اللي أخوضها شخصيا، ولا أريد أن أفارق الحياة إلا وأرى الشرق الأوسط في مقدمة مصاف في العالم، وأعتقد أن هذا الهدف سوف يتحقق 100%. الله يعطيك طول العمر يا سيدي.
At home, political volatility compounded the problem. Civilian military rifts, populist leaders clashing with generals, and rhetoric flattering extremists all worried foreign capitals. Today, Pakistan still finds lifelines. China invests through CPEC. Turkey remains a close ally. Saudi Arabia and the UAE step in with loans during crises. But the era of unconditional brotherhood is over. The Muslim world has moved on toward economy and stability. Pakistan's old playbook of ideology and proxies no longer buys influence. From proxy to pariah, not overnight and not forever. Pakistan's challenge: fight militancy decisively, stabilize politics, and match faith with strategy.
India is set to host the United Nations Troop Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave from 14th to 16th of October 2025 in New Delhi. Over 30 military chiefs from around the world will gather to discuss evolving peacekeeping challenges, share best practices, and strengthen future readiness. Here's the full story.
The Indian Army is all set to host the United Nations Troops Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave in New Delhi from October 14th to October 16th. This is aimed at bringing together senior military leadership from 32 nations that play a pivotal role in UN peacekeeping operations. Delegations from countries that contribute troops to UN peacekeeping missions across the globe are expected to arrive at New Delhi on October 13th of 2025. The UNTCC serves as a vital forum to address operational challenges, evolving threats, interoperability, inclusivity in decision-making, and the role of technology and training in strengthening UN peacekeeping. As one of the largest contributors to UN missions, India is convening this high-level forum to deliberate on operational challenges, evolving threats, share best practices, and build shared understanding on future peacekeeping. The conclave reflects the ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. The program will feature address by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the UN Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations.
The world today calls for leadership and for our collective resolve to end the many conflicts that have erupted across the globe. But peacekeeping is only as strong as those who serve as peacekeepers. I thank you for your service, your dedication, and your many sacrifices. I look forward to engaging with you all in person for a better future and a better tomorrow.
Plenary sessions will feature chiefs and heads of delegations putting forth their point of view. Defense exhibitions for shared capability building, bilateral and cultural exchanges will also feature during this conclave. The event will stand as a testament to India's unflinching commitment to global peace, stability, and shared prosperity.
And viewers, news from West Bengal. There were panic-filled moments earlier today at West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station following initial reports of a stampede there. But Eastern Railways has since clarified that there was no stampede. And according to officials, the passengers, 3 of them were injured after losing their balance on the foot-over bridge. Here's a quick report.
A stampede-like situation took place in West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station. However, the Eastern Railway officials have denied reports of any stampede. They clarified that 3 passengers were injured after losing balance on the foot-over bridge. The incident reportedly occurred when a woman walking from the foot-over bridge to platform number 4 slipped and fell on the stairs. After she fell, her weight transferred to adjacent passengers on the stairs, causing them to lose balance and fall as well. Railway officials said that the RPF personnel and staff immediately attended the injured passengers.
प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 5 और 4 जो आइलैंड प्लेटफॉर्म है बर्दवान स्टेशन पे, वहाँ पर एक लेडी जो हैं जब नीचे आ रही थी, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको मिली है उसके हिसाब से ये है कि वो ट्रिप कर गई। उस संदर्भ में कुछ लोगों ने उनको हेल्प करने की भी कोशिश करी, नीचे से भी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करी, जिसकी वजह से जो है 2-3 लोगों को उसके ऊपर एक दूसरे के ऊपर ट्रिप कर गए। हमारे जो वहाँ पर मौजूद जो हमारे आरपीएफ के लोग थे, हमारा स्टेशन स्टाफ था, इमीडिएटली उनको वहाँ से स्ट्रेचर्स, जिन लोगों को स्ट्रेचर्स की ज़रूरत थी, उनको यहाँ पर लेकर के आया गया। टोटल मिलाकर के 8 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जिसमें से 5 महिलाएं हैं और 3 जो हैं वो मेल्स हैं। सभी मोर और लेस ठीक हैं। एक जेंटलमैन जो हैं हमारे, उनके पैर में फ्रैक्चर है, तो ये अभी डॉक्टर्स भी इनको एसेस कर रहे हैं। यदि किसी भी प्रकार की अगर मेडिकल रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेडिकल एनीथिंग दैट कैन बी डन बाय रेलवेज, वो हम लोग करेंगे।
The railway doctors also reached the spot to provide first aid. The 3 injured were taken to Bardhaman Medical College for treatment. The Eastern Railways further clarified that there was no stampede at the station and the passenger movement was normal at the time of the incident. There have been no reports of casualties yet.
And viewers, yet another incident of a horror strikes the country as a 23-year-old MBBS student from Odisha, under the pretext of dinner, was lured by her classmate out of campus only to be deserted by the classmate as a couple of men arrived and went on to gang rape her on Friday night. As the nation is outraged over All right, before that, let's cut across to visuals coming in from Tel Aviv, where these are the visuals where handover of the Israeli hostages is set to begin in Gaza. Hamas has already released the names of those who are going to be freed today. And it seems the moment is imminent now, as there is some activity that we can see there. And people are awaiting there, and there seems to be some activity going on there. There is imminent release that is going to happen in just moments from now. And Red Cross is on its way, and we can see these visuals. We understand that the Red Cross will go to a meeting point in the northern Gaza strips, where several hostages will be transferred to them. So what is going to happen is that a convoy of Red Cross vehicles is now heading to the handover site in northern Gaza strip to collect the hostages. Now, out of the 20, there will be 6 hostages first that will be handed over. And they are the convoy of the Red Cross vehicles will go to the site and collect the hostages there. The Red Cross will then bring them to the IDF troops inside Gaza and then be escorted out of the strip to an army facility near Ream, where they will undergo an initial checkup, a physical checkup, a mental checkup, and then meet their families. So out of the 20 hostages whose names have been given, it will be the first 6 hostages. They have been named, and that is how the release is going to happen. And the other 14 living hostages will be released later from different areas of Gaza. So these are the visuals that we can see. So the Red Cross envoy has already gone, and it is heading to pick up the hostages. The vehicles heading to a handover site in northern Gaza, and 6 names have been given first who will be collected first, and then the Red Cross will bring these 6 hostages to IDF troops inside of Gaza, and then from here they will be escorted to an army facility in Ream. At the army facility here, they will undergo a physical and mental checkup and then meet with their families. So we can see those visuals there, the exchange just going to happen. And viewers, we'll take a very short break, but we continue to get all these big visuals coming in from Tel Aviv, where the Red Cross and convoy is headed to pick up the hostages. And the 6 hostages are going to be handed over first. We'll get you all the updates on that big story after a short break. Stay tuned.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी, हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review.
Breaking news coming in. We are getting you live visuals from Tel Aviv at the hostage square, where the handover of the Israeli hostages is set to begin in just moments from now. Hamas has already released the list of those who are being freed. 20 of them are going to be released today, and out of which 6 are going to be released first. And the hostages will be handed over to the Red Cross, and who will transfer them to the Israeli military. And we can see those visuals there. Israeli helicopters waiting just outside the strip and waiting for Red Cross to hand over the hostages to the Israeli military. So Hamas, remember, has released a list of those who are being freed. It has held the hostages since the attacks on 7th of October 2023. And there are crowds earlier that we were showing you the pictures gathered in Tel Aviv at the hostage square waiting for their loved ones to arrive. And in exchange for the hostages, Israel is going to release about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. And meanwhile, at the same time, US President Donald Trump is expected to arrive in Israel in moments from now. And then he will head to Egypt for a summit to be attended by 20 other world leaders as well. So these are the updates that we are getting from Riyam in southern Israel. You can see the Israeli helicopters are there being stationed, and they are waiting for Red Cross to bring the first batch of 6 hostages that will be handed over to the Israeli military. So this is just moments now. We will see. All right, right now we are joined in by Nick, who's a reporter who's joining us live from there. Nick, what is that you can see around you? Because we can see these visuals of Israeli helicopters at Riyam in southern Israel waiting for Red Cross to hand over the hostages to them. Give us more updates of what is happening around you.
Yeah, that's right. So now the helicopters are waiting for the Israeli hostages to come back to Israel. For 2 years, their relatives were expecting to them, and today this is the most happiest day in Israel in the past 2 years for sure. And those helicopters will take the hostages to the hospitals in the center of Israel, where the doctors are ready, the special departments for hostages are ready, and they will be expected. In the beginning, they will be checked if maybe the Hamas terrorists put something inside of the body of the hostages, maybe to try to secretly record something or some other devices to to follow them. And after they will be expected, they will be put in those departments until they will feel better and feel comfortable to go to back to their normal life, if we can call it like this, after these terrible 2 years. And here behind me, this is the Israeli main airport, and here Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is expected to land in 9:20 Israeli time. Here there will be a meeting of Trump with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and also with the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, and there is a lot of media from all around the world covering it. Trump will be received as a national hero in Israel. He will go from here to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, and the main road from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem that is going via this airport is closed from the morning, and it will be closed until Trump will depart from Israel after about 4 hours. It is a very short visit. During this visit, the most important thing for Trump is to speak to the Israeli public via the speech in the Knesset, historic speech. Trump seeking for a broader peace in the Middle East. For him, the return of the hostages is just the beginning. And after that, he wants to continue what he started in the first term. And this is the Abraham Accords agreements with Arab nations. Trump wants to make peace in the Middle East between Israel and other countries, countries like Saudi Arabia, and also even maybe Indonesia, Syria, Lebanon, even maybe Iran, the biggest enemy of Israel. And Trump also maybe will meet some of the hostages that are supposed to return back home in those helicopters that you showed before. And it will be a historic meeting if it will actually happen, but it depends on the situation of the hostages and which condition they will be, because probably they will be overwhelmed after 2 years in captivity. They are returning back home, and their families and doctors will check if it is possible for them to meet Trump, and if so, he will meet them. If not, Trump will meet the hostages that returned back home before that in previous deals, and they will meet at the Israeli parliament, where Trump will be for a few hours. And for Israelis, Trump, it is the biggest friend, the best friend, and also the United States. This is the greatest ally of Israel, and I think also Israel, this is the greatest, biggest ally of the United States. And you can see it here, how warm will be the welcome of the President of the United States, and everybody here waiting for him. He will come soon. And the Army Orchestra already here. They did some repetition, and they played some Israeli army songs, and the welcome here will be really warm. Back to you.
Nick, we can see these visuals as far as the crowd movement is concerned. We were earlier with seeing them a little, seated and a little calm. But there seems to be some movement there, some activity there, some excitement there. So has there been any official announcement or a public address from the police or from the management, or maybe somewhere right now where you are at? Has there anything being communicated?
So right now, it all depends on Hamas, the exact schedule and what will happen. Firstly, Hamas will give the hostages to the Red Cross. He will deliver them to the special points of meeting. And from there, the hostages will be taken by the Red Cross to the Israeli army, a special unit that will meet the Israeli hostages, and they will deliver them to army base in the south of Israel, where they will go the first expectations, the first inspections. They will be checked up for their health, their medical situation, and also if they have some devices on them that Hamas terrorists put on them maybe. And after that, they will meet their families for the first time. It will be a really moving moment. It will be a lot of emotions because their relatives, parents waited for them for so long. Those young people were kidnapped 2 years ago, and they gone through hell. After that, they will be taken with the helicopters, as we said before, to the Israeli hospitals. 3 hospitals in the center of Israel will receive them. And the doctors in Israel, unfortunately, already have a lot of experience how to deal with hostages, because we witnessed how the other ones returned back home in the past 2 years. Hamas kidnapped 251 Israelis and also from other nations, people, and from all the ages, starting from babies and going through all the ages until elderly people. So this was a cruel moment for the history of the world. And now Israeli doctors know exactly what to do to try and put the hostages on their way back to a normal life. And it will take, of course, time. And that's why I'm not sure they will be able to meet Donald Trump, although Trump and his team really want to meet the hostages this time. Back to you.
Right. Nick, if you could make it easier for our viewers to understand in terms of geography, because we understand that the Red Cross is it's on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza Strip. And from there, these hostages are going to be handed over to Israeli Defense Forces. So how, in terms of distance, this is going to be covered? How far inside is the Red Cross traveling? And how much they will have to again travel to hand them over to the military there, and subsequent movement to the hospitals. Approximately how much time is it likely to take for the entire procedure?
Inside of Gaza will take probably not more than half an hour. And then the Israeli army will take the hostages to the base in the south of Israel next to Gaza Strip. So it also will take not more than maybe 10-20 minutes. And after that, the flight from the south Gaza area army base to the center of Israel is about 20 minutes, 30 minutes in the helicopter. So those distances are really close. It's not far away. And after that, the hostages will be probably in the hospitals this noon if everything will be on time. And Hamas doing everything, I think, in their power to bring the hostages to the Israeli side before Trump will speak at the Israeli Knesset at the noon time, Israeli time, because they want to show him that we did our part in the first point of the deal. And it's important for them because they understand that if they will not be on time, Trump can get angry, and he is very spontaneous, and they don't want to mess up with him. Back to you.
Right. Nick, and any update on... All right. You stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Right now, we are joined in by our senior editor, Niranjan, who's joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, how do you see the developments right now unfolding? We can see the army helicopters.
Well, Aishwarya, I think most important now, our entire focus will be on getting the first pictures of the hostages. Now, we believe that some of the hostages or most of the hostages are alive, that we also know that some of the hostages are reported dead. Now, we don't have a clear picture. Nick is live from Gaza as we get you the latest broadcast, but all eyes are on whether the war in Gaza is now over. And we are waiting for the pictures now. Some inputs coming in that 7 of the hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. So we have a live picture, live image coming in. 7 hostages have been handed over. That's a breaking news update coming in. And I'm staying with those pictures. You're looking at a live shot there of the chopper in southern Israel. And any time now, we are expecting the pictures of the first 7 hostages. Now, we are trying to see whether we have names of these 7 hostages. Nick, do we have names, identities of the 7 hostages, the first 7 of them who will be released?
Not yet. I don't have the names right now, but definitely I will check it after the live, and I believe soon we will know them. This time there are no celebrations inside of Gaza, those weird ceremonies as they did before when they showed the Israeli hostages and even gave them some documents, medals, and other kind of gifts. It was really weird, and the Israelis didn't like that. And this time it was part of the deal that there will be no ceremonies inside of Gaza. They will be just handed over to the Red Cross. So before they are handed to the Israeli army and coming back to Israel, I think we will not know their names. We will not see them until the Israeli army will release the first footage of them, as it was before. And we need just a little bit more time to see who are the ones that are coming. And we are expecting 20 Israeli hostages to be released in the coming minutes, hours, and we hope all of them will be in good enough condition to continue their life, and we expect them to be rehabilitated as fast as possible.
We have Naomi Feigen, who's joining us live from Hostage Square. Naomi is joining us on the broadcast here on Republic TV. Naomi, good morning. A lot of excitement in Israel. We can see some of the pictures where we saw celebrations, families celebrating. Celebrations for some, but it's also a sad moment for many who've lost their family members. There will be bodies also perhaps returning today of those who didn't survive. And at the Hostage Square, why don't you're there at the Hostage Square, which seems to be the epicenter of this moment? Why don't you take us through what you are witnessing there at the Hostage Square, Naomi?
So right now there are so many people. It's incredible, and the energy is. We're also hopeful, and the anticipation is intense, but it's amazing. And there's so many people. It's incredible.
Naomi, why don't you tell us a little bit about? I lost your audio there. Why don't you'll have to be a little louder, perhaps. You're at Tel Aviv. Can you be a little louder, Naomi? We're struggling hearing you clearly there.
Sure, sorry. There's so many people, but it's incredible. It's packed, and the streets are all closed off. There's so many people here right now in Tel Aviv, and the energy, we can't wait for everyone to come home, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like I can turn around the camera and I can just show you how incredible this is.
We'd love to see it.
It's amazing.
We'd love to see it if you can show us around. Yeah. Is this closure? Is this closure for the people of Israel? Is this what they wanted? Is this the end of the war? Because Donald Trump says it's the end of the Gaza war, but for the people of Israel, is this the end of the Gaza war, Naomi?
I think we're there. We're almost there, but not yet. I still think that as a country, we have to heal. We have to recover, but we'll get there slowly but surely.
Yeah. How many people are there roughly around you? It's a historic moment, a turning point for Israel. How many people are there, and what is on the top of their mind?
We want our people. There's thousands of people here.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Do people feel that this war is stretched for far too long, Naomi? Do you feel that the war stretched on for far too long?
I wish it had been sooner, but I also think it's incredibly important that we did what we had to do. I wish it could have been sooner. I wish it could have been done sooner. But I think that it's very symbolic that it's over almost exactly 2 years after, especially because tonight is the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, and that's when the war started 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think it's very symbolic, and I just wish it had ended sooner.
Yeah. Stay with me, because I'm getting in some breaking news updates here in our newsroom. We have the names of the 7 hostages who've been transferred to the Red Cross as the first set of hostages are being swapped. Aitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Ohel. These are some of the names we've received here on Republic TV of the first 7 hostages who are being released by Hamas, being handed over to the Israel. They've been handed over already to the Red Cross, and the Red Cross will now hand them over to Israel government and the Israeli forces officially. The first batch of hostages have now been released. We're getting the live pictures on APTN. Can we cut to APTN as well, please? Along with Hostage Square, the convoy. We have the shots of the convoy and the hostages being moved in the Red Cross convoy at the Hostage Square. We are looking at the live pictures of thousands of people who've gathered. World leaders are in Israel today, and world leaders will be celebrating this. And Donald Trump and his family has been there for the last few days. Donald Trump also expected to land in a short while from now. And we have Naomi at the Hostage Square. We have Nick also live from Gaza. I'll get Nick and I'll just go back to Naomi right now in just a bit. Nick, seven of them. Seven hostages have been released. How many are we expecting in all today? How many are in custody of Hamas, and how many of them will be handed over today?
No, we are expecting 20 live hostages today, and after the first 7 were released, we expect for another 13 to be released, and additional 28 bodies probably will not be delivered today because Hamas is not doesn't know where all of them. Hamas maybe will deliver just some of those bodies, but Hamas, they don't know exactly where all the bodies, and they will keep looking, and also international mission will help them to recover all those bodies. Unfortunately, it is hard to find them, but all the live hostages will be released. And in the beginning, Hamas kidnapped 251 Israelis, and unfortunately, some of them were killed while they were in the captivity in the past 2 years. Back to you.
Yeah. 20 living hostages set to be returned to Israel. I'm going back to Naomi. That's a live shot of the Hostage Square. And Naomi is also at the Hostage Square. So we'll show Naomi and the live shot there. For the people of Israel, mixed feelings. There will be bodies of hostages that were killed, as Nick was mentioning. Those bodies will be handed back. And then those who are living, the lucky 20 today, who are set to return to Israel as part of the first phase of Donald Trump's ceasefire and the hostage release agreement between Israel and Hamas. And we have the names of 7 of them who've been handed over. We have the stories of all the 20 people. Many of them were also picked up from the Noah Music Festival. They will be returned today, right? Isn't that correct, Naomi? Many of them were at that music festival, and they will be returning home today, finally. Okay, I'll just go back to both Naomi and Naomi, I lost your audio there, but I'm coming back to you. Please bear with me, because I understand that you're in a location where there are a lot of people. So we'll just reconnect, get you on a better audio, and I will be back to you in just a few minutes. I'm going across to some breaking news update now coming in from Battleground Bihar right now. We'll go back to Israel in just a few seconds, but we're getting in some news also from Bihar on Lalu Prasad Yadav. There is breaking news now coming in the IRCTC hotels corruption case. The court in Delhi, the Rouse Avenue Court, has framed charges against the former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi, also the wife of Lalu Prasad, and also RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav and others. The court had framed charges in different sections against the accused as per their alleged roles. Rabri and Tejasvi are charged with sections 420, 120V of the IPC for the offence of cheating and conspiracy. They said that they will face trial. So the trial will now begin shortly. This case pertains to the alleged corruption in the tender of 2 IRCTC hotels in Ranchi and Puri. The court has also framed charges under different sections. All accused charged with criminal conspiracy. Lalu Prasad had pleaded not guilty, but however he has said that he will face a trial. Ahead of the elections in Bihar, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big setback for the Lalu Prasad family. Setback for him personally, setback for his wife, setback for his son, who has now become the face of the party in Bihar. We'll take a short break and come back with a live coverage of both the developments in Bihar and also the life situation at the Israel-Gaza border. Okay, getting in some more breaking news right now. Supreme Court judgment on the Karur stampede. Supreme Court has given the CBI the role of investigation. CBI gives investigation to the CBI, which will be monitored by a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Ajay Rastogi. Story breaking here on Republic TV. Probe committee on Karur will also include 2 IPS officers, not below the rank of IG, and they should be from outside Tamil Nadu. Justice Ajay Rastogi will be the chairman of the probe committee. The CBI is expected to submit a monthly report. The CBI had earlier questioned the state government on hearing and had also questioned the credibility of the SIT formed. Okay, Supreme Court judgment on the Karur stampede also out. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news updates, back-to-back breaking updates. It's a big setback to the Stalin government as well. He had set up an SIT, but that SIT will no longer investigate the Karur stampede where many, many lives were lost, over 30 of them killed. When we come back, the life situation from the Israel-Gaza border. The first set of hostages have been released. We have the picture coming in. The first pictures also with Republic after this short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as the process of release of Israeli hostages begin. Hamas releases 7 hostages. Donald Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap. Pakistani armed forces shell Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan protesters who gathered at Muridke. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in land for job scam. Rouse Avenue Court frames charges. NDA finalizes seat sharing pact for Bihar election. BJP and JDU get 101 seats each. Show of strength today in Patna. And ED conducts raids in Chennai against Sun Pharma, manufacturer of cold reef cough syrup.
Okay, we're starting with the first breaking news update that came in a few minutes back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we hit the break, we have the details of the Supreme Court judgment on the Karur stampede, and the Supreme Court has ordered a CBI investigation. CBI investigation being ordered is a huge setback to the Stalin government, because the Stalin government tried to perhaps dodge a central investigation. They had asked for an SIT probe, which meant that one of their own officers and the state government would have the ultimate control over that investigation. Now that is no longer going to happen. Supreme Court has delivered its judgment. Supreme Court has handed over the investigation to the CBI, and the CBI investigation will be monitored by a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Ajay Rastogi. The probe committee in the Karur stampede, where actor turned politician Vijay's rally was on, where nearly 40 people were killed in a stampede. In this investigation, 2 IPS officers not below the rank of IG will be included, and they will be from outside the state of Tamil Nadu, so there is no interference at all. Justice Ajay Rastogi will be the chairman of the probe committee. The CBI expected to give a monthly report to Ajay Rastogi, Justice Ajay Rastogi, the former justice, the retired justice. The CBI had earlier questioned the state government and had also questioned the credibility of the SIT that was formed. I have Sharda now joining us on the breaking news update. Sharda, this is a setback to the Stalin government. This is exactly what they did not want, their own lapses to come out.
You're absolutely right. This comes as a setback for the DMK government in the state of Tamil Nadu, because when the CBI inquiry was given in the Madras High Court, the petition was first denied, and then later the TVK under Adar Varjana, the party general secretary, sent it to the Supreme Court, while the Supreme Court now has agreed for a CBI inquiry and also questioned the state government, and also on the SIT that was deployed by the state government under the one-woman commission, Aruna Jagadishan, for the Karur stampede. Now, the Supreme Court has given the order for CBI inquiry, which is seen as a victory for the Vijay's party, TVK, and is the first political victory that's been won by them. And also DMK government, which is completely opposing the CBI inquiry in this, now is expected to react to this, saying earlier they said that the CBI inquiry is not required, as the IPS officer that they deployed for the particular investigation was never biased, and then he would be giving a right report. But now, with the CBI inquiry in place, we have to see how the state government cooperates for this, because there was always a question on how the Karur stampede happened, and there was multiple allegations against the DMK government as well. And now with the CBI inquiry, it sees that the TVK will now strongly fight against the DMK on this Karur stampede, and very soon actor Vijay is expected to visit Karur.
Okay. Yeah. Now, as far as the SIT is concerned, there were serious allegations against the Stalin government. They tried to, of course, get their own police officers to investigate. But in this particular investigation now, with the CBI taking over, 2 officers are expected to be from outside the state of Tamil Nadu. What do we know about, how this is going to pan out in the next few days or weeks? What are you picking up about the orders given by the court, and how this particular investigation is going to be structured?
Well, the Supreme Court on Friday, when hearing to the case, has already decided they had reserved the order telling that the CBI inquiry probe is necessary, and also questioned the state government on why it stopped from why the hearing was held in the Madras High Court and not in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, where the Karur locality comes in, and that was the first question that the government had to answer in. And however, the Tamil Nadu government has still not answered that and stated that the petition that came that day was only related to the release of the TVK functionaries who were arrested in the Karur stampede, and it was not for implementing an SIT. And the Supreme Court also questioned the state government on why the postmortem of 41 people were done overnight, and also questioned if the doctors who performed it were all forensics experts and not just general doctors. Multiple questions are kept to the state government by the Supreme Court, following which the CBI inquiry is coming now. The state government will have to react to this, and it's expected, whether they like it or not, the CBI inquiry is in place now.
Thank you for that. Let's get you some more breaking news updates now coming in. The latest information from Delhi Supreme Court hearing the Karur stampede case has handed the case to the CBI, which comes as a big setback to the Stalin government. The Stalin government, post the stampede, had handed it to the SIT, and they had faced allegations of attempts of cover-up. More breaking news coming in on the Israel hostage situation. A few pictures that came in a few minutes back from the office of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. His office has put out a statement saying that Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife have added a personal message for the returning hostages to the welcoming kits that have been prepared for them by the Prime Minister's office, Hostages Authority, and which include clothing, personal equipment, a laptop, computer, cell phone and a tablet. The message and the handwritten note from the Israeli Prime Minister reads, the pictures on your screen, the note written on it, that's a hand note placed on a bed for each of the hostage, says, on behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We have been waiting for you. We embrace you. Sarah and Benjamin Netanyahu. And the photo has been tweeted by the office of the Prime Minister of Israel. And we're getting in some more breaking news updates right now as we track the release of hostages, the swap of hostages at the Israel-Gaza border. Getting in another update right now of Donald Trump, who's expected any time now to land, tracking the situation very, very closely. And before I go to that picture, let me go across to Dan Pfefferman. Dan Pfefferman is a former IDF veteran. He's a former IDF major, joining us on the broadcast here on Republic TV on this historic day in Israel. And Naomi Fagin, she's live at the Hostage Square, capturing and witnessing history as it happens. The people of Israel turning up in large numbers. Dan, I'm looking at that handwritten note, and we're looking at all of Israel celebrating this moment. And for someone who's been a part of the IDF, we've seen the nature of operations, the manner in which Israel rallied together to fight back, not give in, not give up, and just hammer the terrorists until your brothers came back home. It's been a long battle. Many can question whether it was too long, but the fact is, the hostages are coming back.
Yeah, this is a very good day for Israel, for the people of Israel, really for any freedom and peace-loving people in the world. 2 years ago, actually tonight, we mark the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. This was the same holiday in which 2 years ago Hamas attacked, unprovoked, attacked southern Israel, killed, murdered 1,200 civilians, and kidnapped 250 people, held in the most atrocious of conditions. People that did not see a healthcare worker, a Red Cross worker the entire time. People who were forced in starvation, on the brink of death, and tortured, and held in a dark dungeons, 50 meters underground. They're now seeing the light of day. They're now coming home. This is not an easy deal. 250 terrorists with blood on their hands, convicted terrorists, are being released. 1,700 more people who were taken, who were involved with Hamas, were taken from the war, are being released. And we know from, as in the past, many of them will go back to being terrorists. But this is the price we're willing to pay to get back our hostages who have suffered long enough. Their families have suffered long enough. We in Israel want nothing more than for this to actually be a peace deal. But this is not, while we are finally able to breathe as a nation, as these hostages are finally coming home, we have to also be sober here that Hamas is not interested in peace at all and will find a way to turn its weapons against us. We'll find a way to stay in power. We'll find a way to get out of this agreement. And so it's a good day for the country, but it's still going to be a very long road ahead against a very determined enemy who is still on our borders, unfortunately.
Yeah. Naomi Fagan is joining us live from the Hostage Square, and stay with us, Dan. I'll get in a word from her as well, because she's there and she's very, very relieved, if that's the way I can put it. Naomi, I saw a lot of Israelis behind you, waving the flag, holding pictures of the hostages. It's a mixed day, isn't it? I mean, of course, on one hand, there is good news of those living hostages coming back home. But for many others, some bodies are not even found yet. And the pain of those families, of course, very, very hard to explain in a live coverage. Naomi.
It's exciting, of course. We don't have guns in my whole life, but the relief that people can bury their guns is tremendous. So at least we can start to feel slightly.
Yeah. And
we're all singing together. It's incredible.
Yes. Yes. I have a poor audio there with Naomi. I'll just go back to her. Dan, most of the hostages who are coming home today were at the music festival where the Hamas terrorists struck, right? And that's been the one location which was targeted, which became the epicenter of the entire Hamas attack in October 2023. It's been a long wait, and most of them are young, and we saw some of the images of how they were picked up. And it's going to be a long time before not just Israel, but people around the world forget this attack that took place in 2023.
Yes. In the two previous prisoner releases, we released prisoners, they released hostages. The children came back, the elderly people came back, the women came back, and the 20 that were remaining until now were young men primarily. And unfortunately, what is going to happen? Unfortunately, what's already happening is you're going to have a lot of people on the internet. You're going to have the Hamas and the Qatar and the Iran social media machines pushing out these fake narratives, trying to revise history. They've already done that since day one, and get the world to forget exactly what happened. We here in Israel, we don't forget such things. These people have a long road of healing ahead of them. This is going to be a very, very difficult process. We know those who came back, even after 50 days of being held in Hamas captivity, have immense emotional damage, emotional scars, not to mention physical damage. These are people who have been starved, who haven't been able to move. Their muscles are atrophied. They're going to have major psychological issues. They've been starved for 2 years. They haven't seen sunlight in 2 years, and this is a very important moment for them, for their families, for society really to come back. We have not been able to really The war has been perpetuated for this long in large part because of Hamas refused to release these last hostages. And so this is a very important moment for the country to be able to heal, to start the healing process. Until now, this has been an open wound for Israeli society.
Yeah. And we had a few pictures come in a short while back. In fact, pictures from the US President's office, pictures that showed, and there are live pictures now coming in from the Hostage Square as well. We'll stay on those live pictures of celebrations at the Hostage Square coming in on Associated Press, APT and live feed. And the US President is in Israel today. And a photo that was put out of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, watching the hostage release live on Air Force One as he made his way to Israel. There was a picture that was put out by the US President's office of how he was monitoring this entire hostage release situation live. Dan, what is the role? I mean, the way you see it as a neutral observer, I don't know whether it's possible to be neutral in this entire issue, but as an observer of how the story is played out, what in your view is the role or the contribution of America and American President Donald Trump in ensuring that these hostages are released?
Yeah, America played a huge role. President Trump played a huge role here. You had to have, Hamas is not beholden to anyone. This is a terrorist group. This is a jihadist, extremist terrorist group who listens to nobody. They don't even care about the well-being of their own people. And so you had to have American diplomacy, leadership, and force in getting Hamas's sponsors and backers in Qatar and Turkey in order to pressure them to finally be able to make this deal. You had to have military, you had to have America opening up diplomatic breathing room for Israel to be able to continue waging this war that built up enough pressure and weakened Hamas and isolated Hamas in order for them to agree to this deal. And so American leadership, American pressure, American diplomacy was absolutely critical in all of this. And this likely could not have happened in such a way without American leadership. And of course, it's good to mention the channel that and I operate on this is Middle East 24, and your viewers can get round-the-clock coverage of this on Middle East 24 on social media.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, be with me. I have a few visuals that came in a short while back that I'd like to tell our viewers about, of how Palestinians are returning to Gaza City over the weekend and how they saw what was left of their homes as they grapple now with the scale of destruction. And those live pictures of how Gaza City looks today have sent shockwaves across the world. There have been reports of starvation. Now, I don't know how much of that was true, but there are reports of how the entire city was devastated. And the people of Gaza witnessing how Israel's bombardment had left the entire region, of course, almost in ruins. Here's a story on that.
As a new Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal takes hold in war-battered Gaza, Palestinians return to the Gaza city. And they grapple with a large scale of destruction that is left of this city.
لا حياة، لا ماء، لا شيء، دمار كامل، مربع بحاله، حي بحاله، حي المنارة بأكمله، هذا راح دمار من دون ذنب أو أسية. لا في عنا فدائي ولا عنا مقاوم ولا عنا أي شيء الله خلقه. فالأولاد في الشوارع قاعدين. ولا مرة في التاريخ يا راجل، لغاية لما جيت وشفت المنظر مش مصدق، بقول هذا مش بيتنا، هذا مش بيتنا، احنا تايهين على البيوت. وبالفعل أول ما دخلنا المنطقة تهنا على البيوت، لأنه فيش لا شوارع ولا حياة ولا شيء بالكون له علوم.
Huge chunks of the city and swathes along the Gaza Strip are found in utter ruin. Palestinians lament over these broken down remnants of the city as they return after being displaced by Israel's 2-year-long war on Hamas.
جينا على المنطقة امبارح المغرب ما قدرناش نخش من الطرق مسكرة.
جينا اليوم الصبح، المنطقة منطقة سيئة جدا، لا تصلح للحياة أو للعيش الإنساني أو البشري أو أي وجه، حتى الله يعز السامعين لا تصلح للعيش الكلاب فيها. منطقة صعبة فيها الحياة، لا وجود ماء ولا وجود صرف صحي ولا وجود حتى نتفة رمل تفردها تقعد ترتاح عليه.
Houses and other structures have been flattened to the ground, roads bulldozed, and piles of rubble were across the area like an ocean of concrete. The World Bank believes that rebuilding Gaza will require more than $50 billion. First responders and residents also began searching the rubble of destroyed homes across the strip to recover the bodies of those who were killed by Israel's bombing. The Health Ministry said that more than 100 bodies were recovered and brought to hospitals between Friday and Saturday. Rescue teams were struggling to remove the rubble amid a lack of heavy equipment. The war began when Hamas-led terrorists stormed into Israel on October 7, 2023, killing some 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostage. In Israel's ensuing offensive, more than 67,000 Palestinians reportedly have been killed in Gaza, according to Gaza's health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilians and terrorists of Hamas, but say around half of these deaths.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that...
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, अपने आर्मी चीफ को, पाकिस्तान के अजीम सिपह सलार को हम सब मुतालबा करते हैं।
Thank you for staying with us this Monday morning. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra, at 11:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next half an hour, I beg your pardon, we will be getting you the live visuals from Israel, where thousands have gathered at Hostage Square, awaiting the first pictures and a warm welcome for those who have been freed after 2 years since the Israel-Hamas conflict. So that and a lot more for you, but first the headlines. Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as process of release of Israeli hostages begin. Hamas releases 7 hostages in first batch. Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in land for job scam. Rouse Avenue court frames charges. Supreme Court gives investigation of Karoo stampede to CBI to be monitored by former SC Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi. Pakistani armed force shell Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan protesters who had gathered at Muridke. ED conducts raids in Chennai against Resan Pharmaceutical manufacturing of Coldriff cough syrup. And it's a big setback for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. Just a month ahead of the Bihar elections, the Rouse Avenue court has now framed charges against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi, and RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav and others. This case pertains to alleged corruption in the tender of 2 IRCTC hotels in Ranchi and Puri. The court has framed charges under different sections. However, all the accused are charged with criminal conspiracy. Lalu Prasad Yadav pleaded not guilty and he says that he will face the trial. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at this hour, just a month ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. A Delhi court has now framed various criminal charges against the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi, and his son Tejasvi Yadav and several others in the IRCTC scam case. And let's go across to my colleague Prakash Singh joining me on the broadcast with more information. Prakash, give us more information on what the court has exactly said.
Well, it's a 17-year-old case, and the charges have been framed after 17 years by the Rouse Avenue court in the IRCTC scam. This case was opened during the UPA 1 government when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, and there were allegations that tenders were manipulated for allotting a plot of land for hotels for a certain group in Ranchi and Puri. Can you fix the echo, please, PCR? So the plot of land was allotted to a certain group of hotels. Plot of land was allotted to a certain group of hotels, and the court has observed that it was done at the behest of Lalu Yadav, and thereafter a certain plot of land was also given as a Benami transaction to Lalu Yadav and his family members in Patna, in which Lalu Yadav was constructing the biggest mall in Patna. Now, thereafter, the case was lodged, and when the ED and the CBI conducted raids at Lalu Yadav premises in 2017, then a checkbook was found in which Tejasvi Yadav had signed on the document. What happened after 2009 when Lalu Yadav relinquished the post of railway minister, the certain plot of land which was given in lieu of the tenders were transferred as Benami transactions in shell companies in which Tejasvi Yadav was the director. And now the charges have been framed against Lalu Yadav as the main conspirator, along with several officers of the IRCTC, along with Rabri Devi, who is the beneficiary of the proceeds of the crime, as well as Tejasvi Yadav, along with 16 others. The charges have been framed. Now, the case will go on as a criminal conspiracy. Lalu Yadav will have to face trial. Lalu Yadav said in the court, in Rouse Avenue Court, that he is not guilty. He will face the trial. Obviously, it's a huge setback for Lalu Yadav and his family members. Personally, because now the case will go for trial and they will have to fight it out. But politically, it will not be a big issue as far as Bihar elections is concerned. It's just a perception battle, because for the past 35 years, corruption has been a big issue in Bihar as far as Lalu Yadav. But Lalu Yadav has gained from strength to strength in politics of Bihar, and now his son Tejasvi Yadav has donned the mantle of the leadership role within the RJD. So, yes, it's a huge setback. Personally, politically, it's not going to affect much more. Yes, BJP will have an issue in elections to raise on corruption for sure. Back to you.
Yeah. Prakash, you mentioned the political implications of this legal setback for the RJD Supremo. In fact, that was going to be my next question. How do you see the BJP, capitalizing on this issue and making a part of their campaign ahead of the first phase of elections?
Well, BJP will definitely use this issue as a election plank for sure. But there are corruption cases against several Bihar BJP ministers which has been raised by Prashant Kishore, including Deputy CM Samrat Chaudhary as well. So those issues will also be raised. And yes, Lalu Yadav, everybody knows that he's been involved in the fodder scam as well as IRCT scam. There is one more scam, land for job scam, in which gifts were taken in the form of land. So politically it will not have much implication, because I will give you an example of how 2G scam was one of the biggest scam in the country, and A. Raja and Kanimoi were charge-sheeted in that case as well, but they were acquitted in that case. So that's how the court also functions in our democratic setup. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. We're tracking very closely the fallout of this setback to Lalu Prasad Yadav in Bihar ahead of the assembly elections. And on to news from Maharashtra. A massive fire broke out in several shops in Mumbai's Kurla West region late last night. Over 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot, as we understand, but no casualties have been reported. Here's a quick report.
Major fire in the Kurla West area of Mumbai, engulfing several shops. The sudden blaze late night at around 2:30 a.m. triggered panic in the area. More than 10 fire brigade vehicles were deployed to control the flames. Firefighters battled the inferno through the night as smoke filled the surroundings. Most of the shops that caught fire were motor spare parts stores. Goods worth lakhs were destroyed in the blaze. After nearly 4 hours, the fire was finally brought under control. Cooling operations are still underway at the spot. No injuries have been reported so far, but property damage is extensive. The cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. Officials say that an investigation is on to determine how the blaze started.
And we have more More breaking news coming in. The Tamil Nadu Health Department has now revoked the license of Srisan Pharmaceuticals from manufacturing medicines. The state government has ordered a comprehensive inspection of other pharmaceutical manufacturing companies in the state, and these inspections will soon begin. This comes after the showcase notice was given to the owner, and 7 days have now lapsed since the order. Meanwhile, ED raids are also underway in different locations related to the pharmaceutical company. That is the latest development that we are picking up as far as the investigation into the deaths linked to this killer cough syrup is concerned. And shortly after we told you that the Supreme Court has ordered I beg your pardon, shortly after we told you that investigation is now picked up and several states have now revoked the licenses of companies that that manufacture this killer cough syrup. We are now learning that action has stepped up in Tamil Nadu, and the Tamil Nadu Health Department has now revoked the license of Srisan Pharmaceuticals. And in a latest development, the Enforcement Directorate searches are currently underway at locations linked to Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai, the company behind the manufacturing of the killer cold reef cough syrup that caused the deaths of 23 children in Madhya Pradesh.
The Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids linked to Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai. The searches were carried out at the Kanchipuram factory manufacturing unit of Srisan Pharma. The agency also raided the residence of S. Ranganathan, owner of the pharma company. During raids at the residence of S. Ranganathan, ED seized documents, laptops and financial books, potentially revealing illicit profits from the substandard drug sales. The ED's Chennai unit also searched several locations connected to the company under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Further searches were carried out at the residences of top officials of the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Office. This comes days after the owner's arrest following the deaths of at least 20 children in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan due to the consumption of the toxic syrup. The cough syrup has now been banned in several states, including Uttar Pradesh and Punjab.
The deadly cough syrup cold reef was manufactured from the state of Tamil Nadu and Kanchipuram by the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner Rangaraj Govindarajan, and the ED is now conducting raids in multiple locations in Chennai, especially his house which is located in Kodambakkam. It's expected that the ED raids will go till the end of the day to find out these documents that the food inspector had taken while taking a bribe. The ED raids are also conducted in the food inspector's offices Karthikeyan in July, and after the police has got the information that he had got money to give the clearance certificate for the cold reef cough syrup. Now the ED raids are continuing to happen here in 7 different places that is related to the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner, following which it's expected that a detailed report will be submitted to the central government.
And on to the biggest story of this hour. US President Donald Trump has said that the war in Gaza has ended as he departed for Israel, marking his first visit since brokering a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, where he is expected to deliver an address at the Knesset before co-chairing a high-level peace summit in Egypt. The declaration came as the US brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas held for a third consecutive day. The list includes the same 20 hostages whose names had already been given to Israel earlier as part of the negotiations and who were confirmed to be released as part of the deal covering living hostages. In fact, as we speak, there are Red Cross vehicles that are at the Gaza border waiting for batches of hostages to be released. 7 out of 20 hostages have been released so far, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep with those pictures coming in live from Khan Yunis in Gaza. And to give us more perspective, we have Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur and chairman of the Public Board of Directors of PINA, joining me live on this broadcast. Terry, very good morning to you. Thank you for speaking to us. Big breakthrough in the peace deal 2 years after the war broke out. Your first response?
Good morning, and yes, it is a marvelous morning. 7 of the 20 hostages have already been passed into the hands of the Red Cross from Hamas into the Red Cross, and they are on their way back to Israel. And we're expecting another 13 to be handed over in about 2 hours' time. This is a major day, but we are very happy, but we also are aware that this will be a very challenging day also, because we're going to be getting people who have been through 2 years of hell, who've been held by a horrendous terrorist organization to which the Red Cross has not seen any of them for the last 2 years. But it is a happy day, so we will take our happiness and we will bring them home. But I think this is a test for the world. Are we going to allow hostage taking to become a normal and accepted part of war or not? Taking innocent civilians, is that an acceptable part of war? Yes or no? In the past, we've seen that methods of terror that have been used against Israel in the past have then made its way to other parts of the world, from suicide bombing, from drone attacks. I very much hope that we, as a civilization, put our foot down and say hostage taking is not acceptable. And then I think, as you said in your report, the other big issue is President Trump is here. He'll be speaking to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and then he'll be going to Egypt for a major meeting there. This is all about putting the IMEC back on the table, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European Economic Corridor. That is really the big test. When we know the war is over is when we know that this IMEC is back on track, because that is what was the trigger for the war. If you remember, in September of 2023 in your country, in Delhi, Prime Minister Modi signed on the IMEC and started it. And we have to make sure that regional integration, linking up India through the Middle East into Europe and to the States, happens.
Yep. Terry, you mentioned Trump over there. As we speak, he's en route Israel aboard the Air Force One. He's very definitively, very confidently said that the war is now over. This is a statement that he gave before he boarded that plane. How do you view this playing out, and can the prisoner exchange and the release of Israeli hostages really guarantee the fact that the ceasefire deal will hold once this exchange is over?
That's an excellent question. Donald Trump, and we have to say thank you to President Trump for what he's done. He speaks in hyperbole. So he said the war is over. He has a 20-point plan. This is the first point. So on point 1, there is agreement where Israel, we will get our hostages back. In return, we are releasing nearly 2,000 terrorists, of which 250 were being held for having murdered people in cold blood. So also it's a very difficult day in that respect, because families of people whose loved ones have been murdered, they're seeing the murderers being released onto the streets. And there is also concern that they will do it again, because some of them are multiple, they've murdered on multiple occasions. But this is Donald Trump's real test now. Can Donald Trump turn this hostage release into a springboard for a regional peace deal? And he has written the book, The Art of the Deal. He has said on many occasions he wants to do something that hasn't been done for 3,000 years. He wants to create eternal peace. It has to be a realistic peace. I think he gets that. It has to be a peace that's based around economics. And so I hope it happens.
Yes. Terry, I'll have to thank you at that point. Thank you for giving us your perspective as we keep tracking those live visuals from the Gaza border and the hostage square in Tel Aviv. On the other side of a very quick break, staying with those live pictures that are coming in from the Gaza border as 13 more Israeli hostages are now said to be released by Hamas. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and
And US President Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, is on a high-stakes diplomatic visit to Israel and Egypt, the move which he claims will solidify the historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Later today, he's set to visit Cairo and attend a peace summit.
We're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel. And we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others. And they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And we're getting you live updates from the Gaza peace deal. We see that Hamas has handed over the first 7 hostages to Red Cross as part of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal. Viewers, getting you all the live updates, all the analysis right here on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines first. Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as process of release of Israeli hostages begins. Hamas releases 7 hostages. Trump heads to Israel as the stage is set for the hostage prisoner swap. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in the IRCTC scam case. Rouse Avenue Court frames charges. Supreme Court gives investigation of Karoo stampede to CBI to be monitored by former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi. Pakistani armed forces shell Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan protesters who gathered at Muridke. AD conducts raids in Chennai against Shrisan Pharma, the manufacturer of cold reef cough syrup. Viewers, getting some top updates coming in right now. Law enforcement agencies, including Pakistan Rangers and the large contingents of police from 5 districts, were dispatched to Muridke early on Sunday and reportedly surrounded the Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan protest camp in what appears to be a preparation for large-scale operation. Viewers, Pakistan's government on Sunday urged the religious political Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan party to call off or postpone its protest march towards Islamabad. Last night is when the clashes turned violent, and reports suggest that nearly 100 TLP workers have been killed. So this is what you see right now. A lot of updates coming in on Republic TV, and also getting you these visuals. Which are coming in. So Pakistan is on the edge as the Pakistan's police have launched a massive crackdown on Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, or called TLP, protesters overnight in Muridke. A lot of violent clashes that have left many demonstrators injured. Security forces are using bait-and charges and fire tear gas. These are some pictures from Muridke, Pakistan, where we're showing what exactly had taken place. So getting those pictures coming in for you. Where we see the police in Pakistan's Punjab is launching big crackdown on a TLP rally. Many people are injured. I want to go across to Gursimran, who is joining us live right now. Tensions are flaring in Pakistan's Punjab province. Large-scale operation against Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan. Gursimran.
Yes, large-scale operation has been launched early this morning against Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan and its leader Saad Rizvi by the Pakistani law enforcement agencies, including the Pakistani Rangers and the district police. What we are getting to know that many of their protesters have been injured. Even some of the videos have also surfaced in which the TLP activists can be seen saying that more than 500 of their activists have been killed and their bodies are being taken to unknown location by the Pakistani federal authorities. Important to mention that this crackdown comes hours after the meeting of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif with the Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi with regards to the internal situation that is developing in Pakistan, and then they decided that there will be no negotiations, no talks that will be taking place with the Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, and they will be going all out against the TLP protesters that are on the streets of Lahore, especially in Muridke, when we have seen them that in thousands and thousands of protesters they have gathered in large numbers and they are staging protest. But now what has happened that as we speak, there has been a crackdown that has been intensified, and several videos have also surfaced from Muridke, wherein people can be seen that how they were pushed, they were actually fired upon by the Pakistani law enforcement agencies, in which over 1,000 people have been injured and hundreds of them are said to be, are feared to be killed in this action that Pakistani administration has carried out. Because the fears were that once Saad Rizvi along with the TLP activists managed to reach Islamabad in their anti-Israel march that they have called in response to the killings in the Gaza that have taken place, they will lay siege like they have done in the past, also have a history of laying Pakistan to hostage-like situation in for 21 long days, and there have been past precedents that once TLP reaches Islamabad, they take a new turn and then it becomes that situation that entire Pakistan comes to a standstill as they intensify the siege in Islamabad. So this time, to stop them from reaching Islamabad, force has been used. But one thing is very sure, that the last message that has come from Saad Rizvi, he has urged the policemen and the Pakistani Rangers not to open fire, and has said that he will not actually bow down to what Pakistani establishment wants him to do. So one thing is very clear. Another thing that is for now, that there have been intensified crackdown that is going out in Muridke on the directions very likely of PM Shehbaz Sharif, because he held a meeting with Mohsin Naqvi before leaving for Egypt, where the Middle East summit is going to take place and the President Trump will be part of that. So now the situation continues to be tense, as many of the key leaders are also said to be critically injured of the TLP in the Pakistani crackdown that has taken place.
Yes, I wanted to hold on, Gulsarman, because we are getting these visuals, and I just want our viewers to listen in and see what exactly is happening as Pakistan is on the edge.
Yeah, जी रिजवी साहब
सारे तमाशाई लोग हुण निकल आए ने, सारे तमाशा वेखण आ गए ने, सारे खत्म हो गया सारा कुछ।
कहते हैं जी लीडर, इसे कहते हैं जी लीडर। हंस भाई खुद आ चुके हैं जी, हंस भाई सैलिंग वाली जगह खुद आ चुके हैं हंस भाई, कहते हैं।
Back to Gursimran is joining us live right now. Gursimran, you know, it's very obvious that that Pakistan has lost the plot right now, because what we see is that a nation, a country which says that we do not sponsor terrorism, and it tries to show a very different image of itself on the international fora and forum, is right now struggling internally.
See, if we speak of the internal situation that was also assessed by the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif yesterday, one thing is very clear, that the situation is now not conducive for the Pakistan establishment, because first we have seen what has happened in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where the Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan has actually